Hello and welcome to the home of British karting. Welcome to Trent Valley Kart Club. Welcome to PF International and the 2026 Winter Warmer Trophy, a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. And on St David's Day, the patron saint of Wales, the sun is shining here in Lincolnshire. 25 races set to take place, 16 heats available as a free to view, and then the SlipStream subscription service kicks in for all you SlipStream members out there for the finals and B-finals this afternoon. A big hello and welcome to everybody watching on the live chat feature. We will get the racing underway and then bring you boys and girls in to the broadcast at the home of British karting. Track conditions greasy but drying. Everybody for this first junior Rotax heat, and there are over 60 drivers in junior Rotax. So this is Group A and Group D. Pole position will be Gold Chain Charlie Wolfit, now with Dan Holland racing, Alex Shepherd, Teddy Cooper, George Fountain, Tom Reed, Devin Taylor, Charlie Very and Jack Collinson. It's a crisp, pleasantly spring-like morning here near the village of Stragglethorpe in Lincolnshire. Nearly 1,400 metres of tarmac lays itself out before the 30 drivers that will go in this first 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat race. Lights are out, we are off and racing into the Bruno Ferrari S's we go. We tiptoe under the bridge, out onto the bowl, somebody into the mud on the exit of the banking, through turns 3 and turns 4, down the hill we go, and up the banking, coming off turn number 4, it is Charlie Wolfit maintaining the lead. A nice variety of wet and dry lines already in place as the Mojo rubber on these junior Rotax karts already starts to help dissipate the water that is doing its best to disappear of its own accord, but the tyres rotating around the track will help it dry even quicker. Into Bobby Gain corner we go, and hello. So you have to pay to watch the final? Yes, you do. You have to subscribe. This is a SlipStream broadcast. It is the third SlipStream broadcast brought to you by Alpha. Hello to Henry Hales Racing, watching in Wales. And a spinner there coming out of the final chicane. Charlie Wolfit leads Alex Shepherd. Teddy Cooper is in third. Then the farmer, Tom Reed, followed by Jack Collinson, George Fountain, Charlie Very, Devin Taylor, Ryan Rapini, and Isaac Jameson. That's your top 10 already. The lead group very, very spread out, as you would expect in these greasy conditions. It's extremely difficult to push and to battle in this type of weather, where the track is not fully wet, it's just very oily. You can see a slight dry line emerging through the Fullerton S's, but you've got to tiptoe around, so expect things to get a little bit processional as drivers just try to survive in what is an 8 minutes plus 1 lap heat race. And we follow the leaders coming out of the final corner. If you want to subscribe to the finals, you go to, well, if you're on an iPhone, don't go directly to the YouTube, to the Alpha Life YouTube channel and subscribe, because Apple take a tax. They take about another £3 or £4 off you. So if you're an iPhone user, go to Safari, not on your YouTube app, to subscribe for the cheapest price. And of course, not only does a SlipStream subscription get you free, get you access to the finals as they happen, both here and at the other SlipStream club, Wilton Mill, it also gives you early access to a bunch of other exclusive content, including Bump Draft, the new chat show stroke podcast that Alpha Live are producing as part of a commitment to regenerate, reinvigorate, push new boundaries in terms of karting content, and also bring more club racing to your screens. Believe it or not, this is the very first year that Trent Valley Kart Club have ever had live streaming for their club events. As Oliver Fabricius gets a 5-second penalty. Oh, and somebody off coming through the Bruno Ferrari S's. No change up at the front. Charlie Wolfett still leads. No, Rob Turner. Everything that was free before continues to be free. You don't have to pay to watch Kart Masters or the British Kart Championship or Super 1 or Club 100 or any of the other karting events, and there is an unhappy chappy. You don't have to pay to watch any of that. If it was free before, it's continuously free. It's just new championships and new series that sign up specifically for SlipStream that you have to pay to watch. Before you get a bit more upset, Rob, Alpha have said they are reinvesting the money that is raised through this into, number one, paying their staff a proper wage, and also, there's Marshall just getting out of the way, paying the staff a proper wage, and also just reinvesting it into new karting content and making it more financially viable for more kart clubs to put on, even if it's one or two special meetings. They don't have to pass that cost on to their members in terms of entry fees, things like that. So nobody has to pay for Kart Masters. It is free. F-R-E. Now, back to the wagons on circuit. Wolfett now leads Tom Reed. There's Tom Reed in the number 242 kart for Thule Motorsport, the reigning Rotax Grand Finals Minimax champion. He has gone past Alex Shepherd for Team Evolution. Jack Collinson has moved his way up into 5th position behind Teddy Cooper, Devin Taylor, Miles Burton, Charlie Very, Benjamin Lawn and George Fountain round out the top 10. Wolfett, though, with 2 minutes to go. You could see the grooves on those wet Mojo tyres. They will be taking an absolute pounding. Now that the track is warming up and drying out, as Wolfett successfully negotiates the Bruno Ferrari S's, leading by 1.5 seconds. Hello to William Bennett, Motorsports. William, who has moved up. Are we still in Water Swift, or have we moved up to juniors? I think Water Swift. Yellow flags waving at hairpin number 1. That is because, there are 2 wagons parked at the side of the circuit, and that would be, Jensen Evans and Isaac Jameson have both gone off. Looking up there now in 22nd position, there's a driver out there called Jude Puddifoot. Jude Puddifoot is the X-Kart Scholarship winner, which I was part of the judging panel. He's also the Sony World Series International Final champion in the cadet category last year. What's this? Funded by our wallets, powered by Alpha. Well, Dirk, yes, you are. My pittance of a wage today is helpfully funded by a little bit by you. Thank you, Dirk. Really appreciate it. I can afford to get petrol home now. trying to earn a living. Zach Turner trying to get a mention by setting fastest lap of the race, and he's up to 8th position now for Coles Racing. Wolfit, who is certainly having moved to Dan Holland Racing. He strikes, I thought he would have moved up to seniors this year, but he's still, old enough to race in juniors in the UK. And moving into the Dan Holland Racing team. Well, there's all that kit that Jacob Ashcroft was using so well last year that now that Ashcroft has moved on. Well, Charlie Wolfit hoping to benefit from being part of that setup. Hello to Sukal81, thank you for joining SlipStream. Now, the clock has struck 0. And Wolfit still only 1.5 seconds at the road, but Reed, he just cannot push the envelope anymore. If he tries to overdrive the kart and catch Wolfit, he will simply slither off, and you can see the amount of mud on the outside of the bowl. It is an absolute quagmire out there, so you've got to be very, very careful. One wheel off track and you are sucked into that muddy bog. And there's a move, the number 79 of Teddy Cooper for the Kiddix team. And now he's going to get snookered around the outside. No, he doesn't. He parks it. Alex Shepard tried to get the crossover. Cooper was wise to it. And this is going to run into the Terry Fullerton S's. Up at the front, Charlie Wolfit, lights to flag. And still this battle for 4th goes on. Wolfit, though, comes out the final corner, takes the checkered flag. Tom Reed finishes 2nd. Alex Shepard will not take 3rd. It's going to be Teddy Cooper over Shepard. Zach Turner and Jack Collinson side by side as they cross the line for 5th. As you see the rest of the field, somebody goes for a spin right to the tip of the final corner. And now they're stuck on the very, very slippery grass rumble strips. And it's going to take them a while to fish themselves out. That's Elijah Hazelwood. Oh, and somebody goes for a spin in sympathy, trying to avoid Elijah. That would be Austin Moth. Well, there we go. That's race number 1 of 25 in the books. Now, we've got a lot of news to bring you. First things first, let's go back. There's a look at the race results, and during the course today, we're going to tell you if you've got a youngster who fancies themselves a bit of a commentator, and I mean a youngster as in like a youngster. A couple of the races later on will give you plenty of warning. I will shut up, and we want to get parents, to send us a little video of their toddlers or their very young person reading the race results like a commentator. We can send, and you can send that to Alpha Live, and we're going to put some social media shorts out of the best ones. That will be happening later on. Now, a couple of questions. Hello to Kieran Mogg. Hello to Circuits F1. It looks wet, says Man 1 CFN. Well, it's drying out. Hello to Richard Morrow. How are you, Rich? Johnny Whopper Rugby. Hello to Johnny Whopper. Yes. Dydd Gwyl Dewi Hapus. Yes, happy St. David's Day. A big shout out to all the kart marshals, the Amber Army. Yes, indeed, Johnny Whopper. And what are my thoughts on the US removing the drop-down bumper? Worst driving standards? Question mark. Have we got enough time to fill out that? That's going to have... I have plenty of thoughts on that. And drop-down bumpers, you can remove them. It'd be brilliant. If you have the people, the staff, the technology, the on-track race cameras to solve all the incidents and accidents that happen without the use of the pushback bumper to help guide you. If you don't, then it's going to be chaos. If you do, then it is a brave step back towards hopefully something better, because, push back bumpers, it was always that, it was never something that anyone wanted. It's something that we had to have at the time. Okay, one race down, 24 to go. The next one, it's Junior Rotax, Group B and Group C. Here we go then. There's one or two errant carts getting pushed back to the pit lane. Big up to R1 Racing, says Isaac. Yes, Vinny C. It's going to become proper poddage. Yeah, well, it's interesting. I was speaking to Gus Lawrence, who of course races in the USA now, and he's got his opinions on it as well. It all depends on how the championship polices the contact, how they deal with the issues on track. Do they have the skills, the manpower, and the technology available to make as many decisions and to make sure that it doesn't turn into Poddington peas? Here we go, your starting lineup. Can you have a shout out, says Cammie Races? No, you can't. Sorry, Cammie Races, you cannot have a shout out. That's against my rules. It's Cammie Races. Richard Faulkner and Cliff Hello? John Richardson. And that is not a Junior Rotax. Great if ever I saw one. It's going to be, and there's somebody pulling off. That is the number 69 cart. That's Zach Jennings. One of the X-carts out of the race before it even starts. John Richardson, who's going to be joining me in commentary for some of the Junior X30 races, F1 Kids commentator. He starts on pole position alongside Fletcher Jameson. What a pleasure it is to see Fletcher back in a kart, especially here at PFI. I know that he raced at the Icebreaker, and it's great to see Fletcher back. Denny Babachek, Theo Bradshaw, Joe Neal, Harry Taylor, amongst the other front top 10 starters. Another 30 driver grid. It's the global karting entry of John Richardson, who's being left behind at the start. Fletcher Jameson is, wow, I think Fletcher is going to be quite glad that we've had a false start, because otherwise that would have been a jump. Now, if you are new to karting, a false start is thus. The drivers have to come out of the final corner and get into the two white tram lines. There's the false start flag. It is green with a yellow chevron on it. Now, as they come to the line, there is a cone, a yellow cone at the side of the circuit. That is the cone that signifies when the pole sitter and the second place driver, the front row, can mash the gas and accelerate away. This is said yellow cone, and of course, the idea is that if you've qualified on pole position, then you get to cross the start line first. It's a subtle little thing. It's built into the rules. And if you don't cross the line first, well, the start might still be given. However, any driver that crossed the start line before you could, not saying definitely, but could be in line for a jump start penalty. There are also penalties if you get your wheels outside the white tram lines before the lights go out to signal the start of the race. You will see the tram lines very, very shortly. For those of you who are new to karting and new to the world of SlipStream, powered by Alpha Live. And here we go. Now, there are the white tram lines, and there they are. And it's a very messy start, but they've been given the signal to go. And we'll just deal with the penalties afterwards. Slide away. Oh, somebody in the middle of the pack spins to the inside. Luckily, everybody on the outside scrambles around and manages to avoid that half-spun kart. Harrison Whitcomb, who's going to be going out later in Senior X30 as we come off the bridge down towards hairpin number 1. Harrison on the live chat feature. Out of hairpin number 2, and Fletcher Jameson pulling away at a rate of knots in that Jack's Motorsport machine. White crash helmets for Fletcher Jameson, number 96. Now, where is our pole sitter? John Richardson. Looking down the order, the number 68 of John Richardson is there. The third cart on your screen, so fourth overall behind Denny Babicek and Harry Taylor. Now, Denny Babicek, the Czech Republic-based driver, a former Rotax Grand Finals champion, a multiple Rotax Grand Finals podium finisher. And Zdeněk Babicek, a very, very quick, very interesting young man is Denny. He's done quite a bit of racing over here in the UK, as we see the number 165 making a move. Oliver Peters, as all side by side going through hairpin number 1 there. A little bit of argy-bargy, a bit of door handling. There's a Jack Dex racing cart getting snookered by one of the midfield runners for the Zip racing team, and that was Harry Holland and Harvey Sargerson battling side by side in the middle of the pack. But up at the front, Fletcher Jameson in cart number 96 has the lead. As we said, during Kart Masters last year, Fletcher had a horrifying accident with Zach Starbuck. I hope that Zach is recovering well. Fletcher came back to PF International during the... Well, he hasn't raced at the... He didn't race... he was third in the Icebreaker here at PF International, the very first SlipStream broadcast. He's backed that up with a top 10 finish at Wilton Mill in the New Year's Sprint event. And it's been a very, very busy winter indeed. Obviously, drivers competing overseas, a number of them in various events, but even here in the UK, between the New Year's Sprint and the Winter Open Cup at Wilton Mill, between the Icebreaker and now the Winter Warmer here at PF International, but also we had the Shennington's Love of Speed event as well, which attracted a lot of these drivers. Oh, there's two of them off. The number 41, that is Ethan Guest, and one of the X-Kart Scholarship finalists from last year, and Harry Holland in the 77 kart off. Where's the Wilton Live? Well, it's here. It's at Greenie. It's at it's not Wilton. It's Trent Valley Kart Club. That's where it's all happening today. Yes, I know there's another event going on at Wilton Mill, but I don't believe they've got any live coverage. Shame on them. As we watch Fletcher Jameson coming into a waved yellow flag section of the circuit. That's the Fullerton S's. Kevin Ivanov did not take the start. We saw Zach Jennings retire. Harry Holland and Ethan Guest, though, their carts getting removed out of the way at the exit of the Fullerton S's. As you can just see how difficult it is for Denny Babicek, who set the fastest lap of the race, as Fletcher Jameson retakes the fastest lap, a 107.23. But Denny he's got to really, really be careful as he closes in. You can see, however, how quickly the track is drying up. Already, race number 2, and well, the drivers are all on wet tyres, and they're not scrambling around right now just to try and get, a little bit of extra moisture on their tyres. 2.5 minutes to go. They probably think, well, it's a bit pointless now, isn't it? The sun has appeared. Out on the final corner, those grass blocks at the exit of the final corner still very, very, very slippery indeed. Now, 2 minutes to go. This is a perfect opportunity to say that now, obviously, with what is going on in the Middle East, there are a large number of British drivers, British mechanics out there in Dubai. There was an event scheduled, a club event at the Dubai Kartdrome today. That has been obviously understandably cancelled. I know that there are a number of British mechanics sort of sitting in hotels in Dubai, keeping everyone updated that they're safe and well. If any of them are watching, please tune in as Denny Babicek takes the race lead in kart number 263. So if you are in the UAE and you need a little bit of respite, take your mind off things, get in the live chat and we'll get you involved in the broadcast. Some of the leading mechanics in the country over there, not mechanicking go-karts, watching fireworks, real fireworks, outside their hotel windows as Babicek now tries to pull away. Jameson second. John Richardson has emerged back into third position. He's leading Harry Taylor as they come off the bridge. A big gap behind Taylor to Joe Neal, Oliver Peters, Matthew So, Zane Perry, Logan Howes, and Theo Bradshaw. Yes, as well. Anybody in Bahrain? Again, the Bahrain International Circuit, where the grand finals were last year. Please let us know that you're okay. Get involved on the live chat. Now, I know that Liam Smith was out there and feeling a little bit uncomfortable, and so the offer was open to Liam to come on and be our resident sort of mechanic expert on the live chat this morning to give his views on what he is watching as the clock strikes. Oh, they're going to get 2 more laps out of this one. Jameson, I think, is in consolidation mode, I have to say. Out into the bowl. And you can just see, even off track, the brown coloured tarmac where bits of mud have been dragged back onto the circuit. Down towards hairpin number 1. Babicek, the back end of that kart, just sliding beautifully as he doesn't extend his advantage, but he just ensures that there's no need to defend, although Jameson on a good lap at the moment. He's got a good run through the short chute into the Fullerton S's. Fletcher Jameson's not done with this one yet. Closing in on the Dan Holland Racing number 263. Jameson for Jack's Motorsport. Comes through the Mike Wilson complex, and of course it's the first time I've been to PF International since the passing of Mike Wilson. And on to the final lap we go. What can Jameson do? Look at that, threading the needle. That one dry line under the bridge, out on the bowl. Now this is where the dry line is a lot wider. Drivers can be a bit more confident. As well as down here. Now, will we see Jameson try a ridiculously tight line into hairpin number 1? No, and in fact, Babicek, his line was a mixture of dry and wet. Here comes Jameson, though, to the inside. Fletcher Jameson takes advantage of the fact that Denny Babicek was a little bit caught napping there. Have to say, Babicek was sort of meandering around, thinking that the race was won, and Jameson sprung a surprise. Now Babicek trying to get back to the inside. He's pressed the panic button as Denny Babicek, but it's going to be too late. As Fletcher Jameson comes out of the final corner. Well, Babicek on the line takes it by a whisker. Absolutely neck and neck photo finish. And Motorsport-Timing, Ian Rogers, is here. Does he have his photo cell with him? Are we going to see a photo of how close that finish was? Take it away, Mr. Rogers. Any moment now. We're going to see just how close that was. The rest of the field slither their way across the line. 26 of our 30 starters made it to the end. There goes Lily Shaw. Oh, hang on, Ian Rogers is now messaging me with a photograph. Well, I can't show you a photo on my phone. You wouldn't want to see the photos on my phone. Ooh, now. Fletcher Jameson has it back. Fletcher Jameson has the win back. Excellent. Well, and getting support from Lisa Jameson as well. So Fletcher Jameson on the line holds off Denny Babicek by 1/100th of a second. John Richardson, Harry Taylor, Oliver Peters, Joe Neal. You can see the results. To find your favourite, you can go to motorsport-timing.co.uk and see the live timing of this as well. Now, in addition to announcing one or two races later on where I won't read the results and I'll let you at home, especially if you've got young kids, to try and read the results, and any aspiring commentators. Also, we've got another slightly new feature. Now, this being a one-day event, I haven't had my usual chance to wander around the paddock and get all the news and updates off everybody. So, if you in the paddock, and this is only going out to people in the paddock, don't start phoning me or leaving messages on my phone or social media. But if you're in the paddock and you've got some news, a new sponsor, you've changed teams, you've got something exciting going on, you've achieved something that you just want to get publicised, a new partnership or something like that, just on a piece of paper, bring it to the commentary box, put my name on it for Henry, your name, your class number and your message. And then during the premium part of the live broadcast, during the main events later on, we will feature you and get your message out to whoever you need to get it out to. So please just bring your news to me. Instead of me coming to you to get your news, you bring your news to me and we will get all that read out during the slipstream, during the pay-per-view part of the broadcast. Now, I have been told, so producer Stu is here, and I have been told that because it's pay-per-view, because it's behind a paywall, the finals, I get away with saying loads more than I'd normally be allowed to. What's that? Sorry, hang on a second. Sorry. You right? He's had a bit of a moment. Hang on a second. It's all right, Stu. No need to cry. It's okay. Stop crying. It's okay. What's that? Hang on. Talking about... Wait. Problem here. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so it turns out, just because we're behind a paywall, it doesn't mean that I'm allowed to say anything that I want, and I've got to apparently abide by the same rules and regulations that I do normally. And here's a message from Stu, our producer. He says, please say hello to James Fitzhugh and Luke Austin from Alpha Live, and to say thank you for putting him on Slipstream with me. Yeah, it's okay, Stu. And you can stop crying. It's okay. I was only joking, Stu. Shh, calm down. It's all right. It's okay. Oh, what a better day could it possibly be than to sit out on a muddy bank and watch go-karts. Provided you've got your wellies, your winter coat, and of course, your pink bobble hat. Happy days. When is Cadet? Cadet is up next. Karsten Chong. Here we go. Race 3, Water Swift, up next. Now, are we going to see any slick tyres? That's the question. That remains. There's going to be some very stressed, nervous-looking mechanics. Good morning to Finn, 12:33. And, yeah. Who'd have thought that just because we go behind a paywall for the main events that I've still got to abide by, like, broadcasting rules? I thought I could do anything, but no, it's okay, Stuart's just having a moment again. It's okay. Green flag in the air. We are going racing in Water Swift up next. Here they come now. How many water swifts do we have? We have 13 of them in total, and they're on slick tyres. Well, the majority look like they're on slick tyres. Well, the days of sliding away on SlipStream are about to be over. Here's your starting lineup. Pole position, Bodie Batch for Fusion Motorsports. Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davidson and HEATS are on row number 2. Ethan Owen and Oliver Tsay, Frank Morris, Oliver Kleinfelter, Hugo Williamson, Travis Giddings, Louis Williams-Mabs, Piran Brooks and George Greaves round out your starting lineup. And it's been a busy winter in the UK and abroad for a lot of these drivers. Alfie Davidson, winner of the Icebreaker here at PFI, second in the Wilton Mill Slipstream event, the Winter Open Cup. He was second in the New Year Speed event at Wilton Mill as well. Mason Hibbert, second in the Miami X30 Winter Cup. Well, the bit they ran before he got galed off. Ted Higgs says, let's go Ethan Owen. Yes, on St David's Day for the Welsh. Here we go, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Bodie Batch, and this is going to be interesting. One slick, one dry line, 13 karts safely through the Bruno Ferrari S's. Liam Smith is on the live chat. Liam Smith, well, what we'll do, Liam, firstly, if anybody wants to send a message to Liam or any other of mechanics, kart members of the karting fraternity who are out in the Middle East at the moment, please put your messages in the live chat. And, well, Liam Smith, who is the full-time mechanic now for the reigning Micromax Rotax Grand Finals champion, Benjamin Karachkovich, we'll get Liam's thoughts on some of the tactics. Now, you've got a Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Bodie Batch, Mason Hibbert, HEATS. Is that a Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 with Oliver Tsay? Now, in a situation where you got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the team as the second place driver runs a little bit wide. Now, as a mechanic, Liam would be standing in the grandstand area, signalling to the drivers. So, question is for Liam to put in the live chat is that if you're the mechanic of the first place driver compared to the mechanic of the fifth place driver, what are the differences in signals that you would be giving them as the number 5 kart of Alfie Davidson runs wide, slippery surface coming across the bridge and drops down to 5th position? So that is a question for our resident mechanic. Is the difference, what would the differences in hand signals be between a mechanic mechanicking for the first place kart in this race or the 5th place kart in this race? And of course, so slippery, that's HEATS running wide, coming through the Terry Fullerton S's. Mason Hibbert is leading the way at the moment as and everybody just scrambling to stay on the dry line. Hello to Dan Ashton at another event in Valencia. Now look how careful they've got to be. And of course, if you start understeering mid-corner, the temptation is to back out of it straight away. And well, there we go. So there's your. That's the question number 1 answered. Now from Liam Smith, the mechanic, and that would be as if Liam was mechanicking for, say, the 5th place driver in this group. That would at the moment be Alfie Davidson. He said he'd be playing the team game, sitting there and letting everyone fight it out in front of them. Oh, Mason Hibbert, our race leader, 5-second penalty. Now, okay, next question for Liam Smith. If your driver gets a 5-second penalty mid-race, they can obviously potentially see it on the big screen. How do you communicate that to your driver that they've got a penalty? And is there a way of telling them, okay, do this or don't do that because you've got a penalty? And like I said, we're obviously we've got a lot of concerns about members of the karting fraternity out in the Middle East, but if we can keep some of them entertained by chatting on the live chat and giving us their expertise, then that might just help the morning go a little bit less stressfully for them out there. Oh no, and there's another example. That's HEATS just running out of grip on the bowl. Hibbert has got a 5-second lead. Oh no, he's got a 5-second penalty. He's got a 2.5-second lead. Everybody else, Davidson, who was leading, then got onto the slippery stuff and dropped back to 5th. He's now back into P2. Bodie Batch, no, back to P3, sorry. Bodie Batch was leading. He put a wheel on the slippery stuff and dropped back, so he's made it back into 2nd. Oliver Tsay in the number 25 car is 4th. Ifan Owen is 5th. Then it's Kleinfelter, Greaves, HEATS after that just excursion onto the banking, that brief 360. He has dropped back to 7th position ahead of Hugo Williamson, Frank Morris, Travis Giddings, Piran Brooks, Louis Williams-Mabs, and it looks like George Greaves may have retired. Well, Hibbert now has the biggest advantage that anybody has had all race. The problem is that he's going to have a 5-second penalty. Now, can he get his lead up in the next 2.5 minutes to 5 seconds? You can put into the Bruno Ferrari S's now. There's a yellow. Oh, someone has gone off just off camera at the exit of the final corner. I think that was Piran Brooks. Yes, it was. Number 30, novice driver. So, well, now the track is drying out. Hibbert appears to be getting reeled in. So, Alfie Davidson, Bodie Batch and Oliver Tsay battling effectively for the heat win here. Ethan Owen is 5th for the Welsh. Kleinfelter, HEATS. Oh, George Greaves is still out there. His transponder just missed a lap. Down towards hairpin number 1. That is so difficult. Fair play to Oliver Tsay. Trying to bump to slipstream. Get it? Slipstream on slipstream. In these conditions, millimeters behind your teammate, going into a heavy braking zone, that takes some guts and it takes some, it takes some judgment, and that's one tiny misjudgment from Bodie Batch. And Batch is off again at the Fullerton S's, slips back to 4th position. With a minute to go, Hibbert's lead is down to 0.6 of a second. On a slick track, Alfie Davidson's kart has just absolutely lit up. And here comes the move. Not quite yet. Alfie Davidson, he still needs to be a little bit circumspect because, of course, he also will know, I would assume he would know, that Mason Hibbert has a penalty. And Hibbert tries to defend. Davidson eases Hibbert wide. Oh, that's lovely. Nice to see the teammates getting on so well together, he said, with his tongue firmly planted in his cheek. Oliver Tsay now closing in on new 2nd place driver, Mason Hibbert. Although with his penalty applied, Hibbert would, at the moment, drop back to, well, only about 5th position. Ifan Owen is there. Oh, and Hibbert. Now, the number 88 kart. Now, there's Davidson. And there is Mason Hibbert being chased down by Oliver Tsay. Oliver Tsay can just ease himself to the inside. No, Hibbert doesn't want to play that game. Hibbert really needs to concentrate on just putting down as many fast lap times as he can. A big thank you to Dan Ashton and David Manchester, all the Ulster Kart Club marshals. Yes, they were doing what were they doing? They were doing a marshals training day or some sort of officials training day out of the Ulster Kart Club. I wish I was going back out there this year. Hopefully, you never know. Just have to see if timetables align, and then someone's got to give me a call. Meanwhile, final lap, Alfie Davidson. He went from hero to zero, back to hero. Through the Mike Wilson complex. Out of the final corner. Mason Hibbert will take second on the road, but Alfie Davidson, as the track moves from wets to slicks, takes the win in Water Swift. Oliver C will come home in second, Bodie Batch third, and Mason Hibbert will be classified fourth with his penalty applied, ahead of Hero Say, Efan Owen, Oliver Kleinfelter. Good result drive for Oliver, finishing in seventh as you watch the rest of the finishers cross the line. Now, this will be your practice, ladies and gentlemen. Because it's a slipstream broadcast, and what we like to do is give you a little bit more. I'm not going to read the results out. You can too. You read the results out. I'm going to go and check the weather. Be back shortly. Okay, race number 4. This will be the combined Micromax and Water Swift restricted grid. We have got 17 micros, led by Archie Gupta and Jensen Darlow, Tommy Lovejoy, Jack Gould, Chow Vieira, Will Wainwright, amongst the front best placed starters in Micromax. Towards the back of the field, we have got 8 of our Water Swift restricted drivers, led by the number 4 W car. There he is, Ollie West, George Askew, Cole Parrish, Max St. Hilaire, and the rest of the field you can see running through your screens now. So, another 8-minute plus 1 lap heat race. Micromax up at the front, and it's been a busy winter for the Micromaxes as well. Just have a quick glance down. They come into the tram lines. No, they don't. That was always going to be a false start. Isaac Barker saying good luck to Dan Holland Racing today. Now, Elliot Hitch, the RCE team. appears to have not gone out there. There is Ollie West for Evolve Motorsport, number 4, just signalling that he is going to take another lap. Now there is that very, very smart, clean, distinctive number 21 privateer entry of Will Wainwright. If you are a privateer driver and you want to try and stand out amongst the crowd, that is an excellent way to start, giving yourself a unique, distinct and clean look. That number 21 kart, there it is, you can see bright yellow, blue and white. There's a lovely bit of clear space on that side pod for a sponsor title. Armchair grandparents cheering on Riley Blakemore. Well, good. Riley will be going out in Minimax a little bit later. Now, into the tram lines again. Lights are out this time. It's a bit of a tardy start, but we'll deal with the penalties later. Through the Bruno Ferrari S as we go. That's the Micromaxes. Well, the Water Swift restricted karts get going behind them, as you can see on the insert. Everybody safely through the bowl on what will be a usual 8-minute plus 1 lap race. Coming off turn number 4, and it is a huge lead already for Jensen Darlow. Darlow, 3rd in the icebreaker, 3rd in last year's the kart championship Micromax standings in the number 16 kart. He is being chased at the moment by Tommy Lovejoy in the number 77, that very distinctive Pantano chassis for Tommy Weyer Racing Team, I believe. Tommy Lovejoy, 19th in the icebreaker here at PFI last month. So obviously doing a lot better here. There he is looking over his shoulder. Arshi Gupta in the number 45 kart for MLC Motorsport is next in line. Will Wainwright is there in 4th, and there's a whole gaggle of everybody else battling over 5th. Oh, and here we go. This is, we'll see Finley Thompson out later. That's Finley spelled F-Y-N-N-L-E-Y, which is 21 points in Scrabble, Finley Thompson's name. It's the most unique spelling of the word Finley I have seen, the most creative, and worth the most points in Scrabble as well. We'll see Finley Thompson a little bit later on. There's number 118 kart. That's Kyle Vieira for privateer entry, and Kyle Vieira. Where's Kyle finished? Well, this is the first time that we've seen Kyle this year. Will Wainwright gets a 5-second penalty. That would probably be for a jump start. Jensen Darlow continues to lead Micromax by 1.5 seconds. In Water Swift restricted, it is still, where has Ollie West gone? Ollie West has had a spin and has fallen to 4th in class behind Riley Aston Wilkins. No, Ollie West is back up to the lead of, there he goes. In fact, he's now closing in on some of the Micromax runners. Lani Eden is the first driver. There's Lani in kart number 55. Oh, and there she goes. Well, she makes life a little bit easier for Ollie West. There is Ollie in that number 4 kart with a black nose cone. Behind Ollie, chasing him hard, is the number 174. That's Cole Parrish. Cole, one of a number of drivers moving up from Bambinos. Cole is actually a Bambino Coma driver last year. Would come to the races in a kart liveried up in like a Sebastian Vettel Red Bull livery. I think it was a Max Verstappen Red Bull livery kart actually, but Parrish taking the next step in the karting ladder and taking to it like a duck to water. Darlow extends his advantage over Lovejoy to 2.2 seconds thanks to another fastest lap of the race. Oh, Ollie West has retired. Ollie West, he's still there now. Oh, the mechanical flag is out. He's still on circuit, but the mechanical flag, the meatball flag on the start-finish gantry is out for Ollie West. That will hand the lead to Cole Parrish in Water Swift Restricted. Here is the battle for 5th place in Micromax. Heath Smith in the number 18 kart. Heath Smith, the 2025 Motorsport UK Mighty Bambino champion, passing the number 111 kart of Junior Wright. And yes, that's right, Dirk, it was Sebastian Vettel graphics kit for Cole Parrish last year. Jensen Darlow again bringing that lap time down. And that would be why Ollie West has got the mechanical flag, because his rear bumper is doing its best Queen impression by singing, "I want to break free, I want to break free." And if he's not careful, it'll break free on track. Now, if he comes in, that's a last place finish. If he doesn't come in and wait to the end, there'll be an exclusion because he comes in with his kart not conforming to technical regulations at the end of a race. So, as frustrating as it is, Ollie West needs to come into the pits. And Heath Smith finally gets the upper hand over Junior Wright, Kyle Vieira, Jack Gould, Milo Taylor, George Allison rounding out the top 10. But it's still Darlow leading by 5 seconds, nearly 6 seconds, as Lovejoy now finds himself battling to stay in front of Will Wainwright. Wainwright, who has got that 5-second penalty to contend with, as we look back at the battle for Water Swift Restricted. Oh no, that's a commentator's best friend. The number 174 kart passes the 74 kart. The 74 kart is Logan Hodgetts. The 174 is Cole Parrish. And they're actually both in Water Swift Restricted, and they're battling the first and second place in class. Marvellous. And that is happening for, well, it's 14th place overall. 1 minute plus change to go. As some of our novice drivers, there's the number 127, that is George Askew, chasing Arlo Poulter-Goody onto the bowl. They're fighting for last place, but it doesn't matter, they're fighting, and as long as they've got someone to battle with, that is helping them no end, because it's just keeping them sharp, it's helping them learn racecraft, it's helping them to concentrate, it's helping to push their own limits in their own time with somebody else. And that is really important. Lots of novice drivers here. The novice drivers are distinguishable by the fact they've got black plates and white numbers. And there is a Jack Dex Racing kart off at the side of the circuit, and it was Eleanor Parsonage. Eleanor Parsonage out of the race. Again, another novice driver. As we wait to pick up the race leader, Jensen Darlow has not started his last lap yet. He's about to now. Out of the final corner. Across the start-finish line goes Darlow to start his last lap. Lovejoy and Wainwright miles behind, as Darlow closes in on Askew and Poulter-Goody, who are in the middle of their own private battle in the Water Swift Restricted class. And this is going to be a nightmare for Jensen Darlow to try and negotiate these two slower karts. Coming up to the second hairpin. Have they seen him? Blue flags. Well, there was a blue light there being displayed. But here comes Darlow. He's passed one of them. Yeah, there's the blue flag. He's now got to get past the second of the slower karts. That Birrell ART belonging to Arlo Poulter Goody gets lapped. And that is a sigh of relief being breathed by Jensen Darlow. So Darlow comes out of the final corner and takes a dominant win in Micromax. Absolutely dominant over Tommy Lovejoy. Here comes Lovejoy across the line. Lovejoy takes second position. Will Wainwright. Well, Will Wainwright, even with his 5-second penalty, Will Wainwright will still finish third. Here's the battle for Water Swift Restricted. They look like they're still on wet tyres. And that is the number 74 of Logan Hodgetts getting in front of the number 174 of Cole Parrish right at the end. So here comes the battle for Water Swift Restricted. It will go the way of Logan Hodgetts on the last lap ahead of Cole Parrish. So the checkered flag waves for the remaining runners. 4 heat races down. The next race up will be Minimax. So a quick glance at the results. A dominant win for Jensen Darlow over Tommy Lovejoy. Will Wainwright will still slot into third after his penalty, ahead of Archie Gupta, Heath Smith Jr. Wright. There's a look down the order. Elliot Hitch didn't start, and Ollie West didn't finish. Eleanor Parsonage also failing to finish. Races coming thick and fast here at the Trent Valley Kart Club Winter Warmer Trophy, a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. Next up, race number 5. It's Heat 1 for the Minimax class. So once again, please keep your news coming to me here in the commentary box. If you have any news, if you have a new sponsor, a new team, something that you want to be publicised during the main events part of the SlipStream broadcast, behind the paywall, here is your starting lineup. Jensen Sale. Now, Jensen Sale, James Roots, Drew Davidson, Isaac Garth, Evan Meller, Flynn Grantham, 21 points worth of Flynn, no, it's Finley Thompson, sorry. Maximilian Abrahart, Freddie Blackshaw, Riley Blakemore with his grandparents watching in their armchair at home. Ethan Manzi, Buddy Hugo, the Balamory Bomber, Soren Gallagher, Jack Fulbert Harmer, Thomas Laidler, as you look down the order, Idris George for the R1 racing team. Hello to Motorsport Magpie, who is our moderator, David Whitehouse. Motorsport Magpie, as always, keeping his beady eyes on the SlipStream live chat feature just to make sure that everybody is nice, because we need people to be nice in the world at the moment. It doesn't cost anything, so let's just, for today, here at PF International, whether you like the pay-per-view, whether you don't, whether you like IAMI, whether you like Rotax, whether you like winter karting, whether you don't, whether you're loving St David's Day or whether you hate it, whether you are appalled with the Welsh rugby team as I am, let's just be happy and celebratory today. Let's just be nice. While all around us is not nice, then let's just have a little nice, safe space here in Lincolnshire on this SlipStream broadcast. Oh, it's not nice for number 16. Hugo Torpy. He didn't start the Icebreaker final. He's not going to start this race. He's not the only driver either, as that is not a start, that is a false start, because there are 2 wagons on the track. Hello to Layla Bell. Maybe I should ask if they can put it on the large screens here. Well, I think if you're in the F1 arcade in Birmingham, having some breakfast, Motorsport Magpie, it's the least you could do. Say, I know, why don't you put some go-karting on the television? And that is why we lost... who was the other driver? Jack Fulbrook-Harmer has also stopped. So has Hector McCormick. So Hector McCormick for Jack Dex Racing, the number 23 kart. Jack Fulbrook-Harmer in kart number 194 for MLC Motorsport. Neither of them showing, and one of them has lost a wheel. Oh, and at the back, everybody standing on the anchors, and number 34, Rupert Thomas, almost ploughs into the back of the field. Good driving there from Rupert to stay out of it. Into the final corner. Slip sliding around on slick tyres. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Looking down the order, I think that's everybody on slick tyres. Maybe 1 or 2 at the back. Not confident yet and staying on wets as we lose a couple just slithering off track. Lewis Cacoldi cheering on the Balamory bomber himself, Soren Gallagher. But up at the front is the number 32 Dan Holland racing car of James Roots. And oh, in the inserts there you can see a very upset, oh, I think that might be, who is that walking away? Is that, well, we'll get a number check on that driver next time around. Frustrated young pilot not in the race. James Roots has already had a very successful 2026. James Roots is your Minimax Rotax Winter Trophy champion, and he has already secured his ticket to the Rotax Grand Finals in Portimao this year. Won 3 out of the 4 finals in Houston, Texas, to win the Rotax Winter Trophy. And with Dan Holland Racing, he seems to have just picked up where he left off and is just riding the crest of a confidence wave at the moment. Here is the battle for second position between number 70, Drew Davidson, who is chasing down the number 17 machine of Evan Meller. Meller runs a little bit wide at hairpin number 1. Drew Davidson on the yellow and blue ST Racing, John Stewart's team. Unfortunately, I have to be the bearer of some sad news, ladies and gentlemen. Very unfortunately, during the course of the harsh winter months, the PFI pigeon is no longer nesting under the bridge. And I don't mean Anthony Jordan, although he is the PFI pigeon, but the actual PFI pigeon is no longer resting under the bridge. I don't know where the PFI pigeon is. I don't know if the PFI pigeon still is a pigeon. But I know that the PFI pigeon is not under the bridge any longer. If we have any sightings of a pigeon looking suspiciously like Anthony Jordan with Trent Valley Kart Club t-shirts on his wings, her wings, please let us know. Put it on the Alpha Live Facebook page. Any sightings of a PFI pigeon, please
put our minds at ease. This is a good battle as we go back to talking about go-karts and not about pigeons. Flynn Grantham, Riley Blakemore, Isaac Garth, Jensen Sale, Soren Gallagher in this battle that we're looking at. This is for, well, the number 26 kart. That's Flynn Grantham. This is 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th and 13th place on back. As it appears as though, well, who have we got in the race? Fulbrook Harmer was walking away. Hugo Torpy, you mentioned, out of the race as well. Here is the battle for what is fourth position, going through Abrahart and Blackshaw. Then the battle for sixth. Well, there's Abrahart in the 61, Blackshaw in the number 128. They are wheel to wheel, coming off the bridge, and quite smartly, Freddie Blackshaw briefly gets back in and tucks in behind Maximilian Abrahart, then peeks out again to try and pass. Now, this isn't going to help them in their quest to do two things. Number one, to catch Drew Davidson for third place, and number four, and the second thing is it's going to not help their efforts to stay clear of Jensen Sale, Flynn Grantham, Ethan Lloyd, Soren Gallagher, etc., etc. We will cross the line. There's a spinner at the top of the screen. We'll get the pigeon talk out of the way during the early heat races. Unfortunately, the pigeon. Oh dear. Apparently the pigeon might be butter chicken down the local takeaway. That's not a bad shout, actually. The rumours of me holding a shotgun, holding said pigeon under my arm are, very wide of the mark. Oh no, that's wide. That's wide and off the circuit. And that that's not Drew Davidson, is it? There's Soren Gallagher going through, chasing the number 15 kart of Ethan Manzi for Coles Racing. We'll catch up to who those two drivers were running wide and having a moment at the exit of the first hairpin. 2.5 minutes to go. James Roots is up the road and gone. Jack Hill in 23rd position. Getting supported from Gary Hill. That could have been a major moment there underneath the bridge, as that battle between that's Ethan Lloyd in the 166 kart, trying to catch Flynn Grantham and trying to hold off Elliot Bork. Side by side into team battle, the two ST Racing teammates. Freddie Blackshaw passes Drew Davidson, looking to see who the driver that went off last lap was. I cannot get a number check on that last lap going off, unfortunately. Roots leads Evan Meller by 3.4 seconds. Here's the battle for third place. Blackshaw, Davidson and Abrahart. And Abrahart has then got a little bit of space between him and Jensen Sale. And behind Jensen Sale, there is another gap to Flynn Grantham. And Grantham, well, there is Grantham holding off Ethan Lloyd and Elliot Bork in the number 141 kart. Bork, last year's Honda Cadet champion in the kart championship standings. And there's the Tommy Weir Racing kart of number 14. It looks like Tommy Weir Racing. That's a global karting livery of Elliot Bork. Jensen Sale is driving for the Tommy Weir Racing team. Yes, sorry, Danny. Yes, Danny might have a photo of me holding a pigeon upside down after shooting it. It was all good fun. Those of you that were at Kart Masters 2 years ago, you will know what we're on about. If you weren't, then I apologise. But we've got 25 races to get through, and I'm going to go off on several tangents at some point. James Roots, the Roots
smouldered last year. Not the most successful season for James Roots. Looked like he lost a little bit of confidence, if I'm being perfectly honest. Has bounced back tremendously well this year. Was dominant against an international field over 2 weekends at Houston's Speed Sports Park to book his first career ticket to represent Team UK at the Rotax Grand Finals. And he has literally just picked up where he has left off. Roots in the number 32. Hasn't competed in any of the other winter events here in the UK that I've got on my list. Certainly not the two at Wilton Mill, Shellington, or here at the Icebreaker Cup, but he will be a contender in this year's Motorsport UK British Kart Championship, I am certain. He's going to have a great battle with his new teammate in Minimax, Dian Singh Pahal. Amongst others, I am sure. Evan Meller is not done yet. Privateer driver Evan Meller, fastest lap of the race. Final lap, 3.5 seconds down. Evan just wants to make sure he doesn't overdrive it and drive off. But that has been a very, very promising performance from Evan Meller, because not only is he keeping the race leader honest in terms of lap times, he is miles clear of this battle for third place, which is now Max Abrahart. Abrahart has third. Jensen Sale in the number 40 kart, and Drew Davidson and Freddie Blackshaw in the number 128. They both want it. Abrahart streaking away halfway round the last lap. But up at the front, no problems whatsoever. The Roots is back on fire, winning his first Winter Warmer Trophy heat here at Trent Valley Kart Club, and crossing the line 3 seconds in front of a very, very impressive drive from Evan Meller. Max Abrahart does take third position ahead of Jensen Sale. Freddie Blackshaw, Drew Davidson, Elliot Bork, Flynn Grantham, Ethan Lloyd, and Riley Blakemore, last year's Motorsport UK Honda Cadet British champion, rounding out the top 10. Sadly, as we watch the other drivers finish the race, there's Soren Gallagher in 11th position. We lost Buddy Hugo and Isaac Garth in the closing stages of that race. As you see the rest of the finishing order. And the next race coming up shortly will be the last race that I do solo before John Richardson joins me for Junior X30. So Senior X30 is up next. Now, we will allow the 1 or 2 carts to be retrieved, and we'll be back racing very, very shortly with race number 6. That will be Senior X30. Senior X30. On their rolling lap, it's Jack Nettleship and Lewis Bird on the front row of the grid, Aaron Brown and Nat Johnston, Nat Stappen on row number 2, Harrison Mackie and Sam Lewis on row 3, then Hayden Eldridge and Oliver Meek, Cameron Edmonds and Ryan Gill round out your top 10. Harrison Whitcomb all the way back in 12th, look for him to be charging through the field. Likewise, the likes of Dylan Patel down the order, Max Ewell down the order, as well as Morgan Moore. So we'll be watching progress from those drivers. And in Senior X, well, let's will they get a clean start first time around? And let's have a look at what some of these drivers have been up to over the winter. Well, Lewis Bird, he won the icebreaker here at PFI ahead of Nat Johnston, but Nat Johnston went on to win last weekend at Wilton Mill. Harrison Mackie, how many more times are we going to see Harrison in a go-kart? He has just been signed, I believe, Janetta Jr. He's moving up the motorsport ladder, or moving along the motorsport ladder, as the lights go out and we go racing. Everybody's scrambling, somebody bails out. That's the 1, 2, 4 premium karting entry of Sam Lewis from the outside of the third row of the grid. So Sam, who finished 13th in the icebreaker, but won the New Year's Speed event, the New Year's Sprint event, sorry, at Wilton Mill. It's not been a bad start to 2026 for Sam Lewis. New team for Sam, Premium Karting, of course. Premium Karting winners of the Motorsport UK British Championship in this class last year with Freddie Lloyd. And it's nice to see that everything is nice and calm at the start of this race as we lose one to a spinner. That was Dominic Parobok. He does get going. There's a TB kart getting elbowed aside. That's Piotr Jurovic for the VRE team. At the end of lap number 1, leading the way, Jack Nettleship. Nettleship ahead of Aaron Brown, followed by Harrison Mackie, Lewis Bird, Hayden Eldridge, Cameron Edmonds, Lewis Goff, Nat Stappen, then Alexander Di Benedictis, Jamie English, Monty Brathwaite, Dylan Patel and Morgan Moore already up a bunch of places from 30th on the grid. Where is the smiling Irishman, Morgan Moore? The answer is he is 13th. So that's a 17 place gain on the opening lap. There is a look at Lewis Goff in his Team UK race suit, but driving X30, not Rotax. And Lewis, another driver who was looking to move into sports car racing in 2026. I wonder if that's still going to be happening. Hopefully it will, but Lewis Goff for Premium Karting has another signing for the premium team this year. Now, lap number 3. Jack Nettleship, and a spin for the number 57. That's Cameron Edmonds out of 6th position. And that just goes to show, ladies and gentlemen, that track conditions are still very treacherous offline. Just on the very, very edges of the tarmac are still a little bit damp and can catch you out. Nettleship, meanwhile, has been caught and passed by Aaron Brown. Aaron Brown now sporting the colours of the PF International team. So that is the seat. Formerly, well, Gus Lawrence is here, although Gus's career has taken him more and more to the lights, the bright shining lights and the big money of American karting, where the prize money for Senior X30 and Shifter across all 3 major US national championships is eye-watering. And we're talking, you know, Ryan Norberg won a race at Elkhart Lake, Wisconsin last year, and I was commentating on the US PKS series and took home $6,500 just for winning that one race. There is a lot of money, for prize money, available in the United States karting scene at the moment. Gus Lawrence is migrating over there. The Supernats champion, Gus Lawrence. I think that was a $5,000 win for Gus, winning Supernats Las Vegas last November. Now he is here guiding Aaron Brown, who is just about in second place. He's now in the race lead. He gave a little bit of a hip and shuffle to Jack Nettleship on the way through. Lewis Bird moves into P2 for the Premium karting team. So Premium have been a very busy bunch of boys and girls over the winter. A whole raft of new signings for them. Making a move behind them on that bright green TB machine. That is the number 33 of Hayden Eldridge for S8 Racing. Good to see Hayden Eldridge having a solid run. Jack Nettleship has fallen to 4th place. Harrison Mackey is next in line, followed by Goff, Johnson, De Benedictis, Morgan Moore from 30th to 9th inside 4 laps. And Morgan Moore will be coming across the start-finish line now, and he's got a little bit of work to do before he can catch up to the next driver. Meanwhile, there is the battle for the race lead. It's now Lewis Bird in the number 7 kart ahead of Aaron Brown through hairpin number 1. 2 minutes to go. Eldridge is right there in 3rd, and although Nettleship has dropped back a little bit, if the leaders continue to battle, then Nettleship is not out of contention for this one yet either. A lot of battling going on back in the pack as we look at some of the midfield runners. That would be the number 175 kart of Max Ewell in 11th position at the moment, as Bird tries to take flight. Brown says to himself, is it hunting season? Because that bird looks like it needs plucking. The number 74 kart of Dominic Perobach comes into the pits to retire. As we go into hairpin number 2, down out of the short chute now. Eldridge is keeping a watching brief over the 2 leaders. Nettleship goes through. Mackey closing in 5th position for Fusion Motorsports. One minute to go. It does look as though Bird is not pushing the envelope, so to speak. Brown gets a good run. Eldridge is the quickest of all, though. Now, Lewis Bird's going to have to defend. Now, watch coming out of turn number 4, down towards hairpin number 1. I think Bird's going to defend. Brown's going to go in quite deep as well. Eldridge, can he get round? No, Bird doesn't defend. I was watching and waiting for Eldridge to try an almighty cutback there, but Eldridge decides, no, I don't need a cutback. I've got enough pace just naturally to make the move. Going into the corner, investigation for Aaron Brown. So, Eldridge, with the clock about to strike 0, will get 1 lap, 1 shot at Lewis Bird. Here we go. Out of the final corner. On to the last. Oh, Eldridge gets it wrong coming out of the final chicane. Eldridge, you saw him there, just up on the curb, and that bounced him onto the grass blocks. He lost a lot of traction, lost 2nd position. That could be a lifesaver for Lewis Bird. Brown back to P2. Eldridge will be kicking himself. He was in an absolutely fantastic position and just got his line wrong, coming on to start finish straight. And it's cost him a chance at the victory. Lewis Bird only has to say, well, he say only. He's not that far in front of Aaron Brown. In fact, Brown had a very good run coming off the second hairpin. Surely Aaron Brown is not going to try something outrageous into the Mike Wilson complex, is he? No, he's not. Lewis Bird keeps him at arm's length, comes out of the final corner and extends his wings. Oh, he does. He messes up the last corner again. And Lewis Bird somehow holds on. It was far harder, that last corner, than it should have been for Lewis Bird. But he does take the victory ahead of Aaron Brown, Hayden Eldridge, Jack Nettleship, Harrison Mackey, Lewis Goff, and with the fastest lap of the race right to the end, Nat Johnston. So, as you watch the remaining drivers come across the start-finish line, I will prepare our guest commentator coming in, John Richardson, and we'll be back, have a look at the results, and it will be Junior X30 up next. There we go, Lewis Bird by 200ths of a second. Talk amongst yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. If you've got a little person, have a video them trying to read the results themselves. Let's see what other aspiring young commentators we have out there. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Junior X30, heat number 1, set to begin. I am joined in the commentary box by junior Rotax driver and pole sitter from this morning, John Richardson. John, first of all, welcome to the commentary box here on SlipStream. Secondly, the track is looking a lot nicer now than when you were out on it.
Yeah, it looks a lot more better than when I was originally on the track. When I was on the track, we was obviously on the wet tyres, which absolutely destroyed my wets. But obviously now the track is dry. It's going to be very interesting racing for the upcoming heat, especially this one here, Junior X30. Probably one of the most exciting races to watch. You've got a lot of good drivers in this field, and you can't call it who's going to win this.
Yeah, and of course, not only are you a driver, John, but you also do some commentary for Sky Sports F1 Kids.
Yeah. Along
with Zach McDonald, people like that. Okay, here we go. Here's a look at your starting lineup. We're missing Rocco Leon Shenton from our grid graphic, but he is there. On pole position, the privateer driver, George Edgar, Aaron Richardson, Freddie Wood, Sukmani Kira, Alfie Brown. We've got a full grid, 36 drivers, all the way back to Zdenek Babicek. Now, if you're starting 36, John, and you have 8 minutes to try and make as many positions as possible in a class that you're not used to running, what would you be doing if you're Zdenek Babicek right now?
I'll just probably be looking at the track conditions, obviously. Obviously, he doesn't race in this class primarily. He obviously races in the junior Rotax category, and he's going to be thinking what to do differently. Obviously, I've driven a junior X30 before, and when I first went out in it, it was a lot more different than I expected. So it's going to be very interesting to see how it is.
Different tyre, different power band. Here we go. Well, they're into the tram lines. Rocco Leon Shenton leads A huge field of junior X30s to the line. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Under the bridge they go, and somehow they all come out facing the right way. That's the first major time we breathe a sigh of relief, isn't it, John?
Yeah, absolutely, but it's not going to be good for Babicek, obviously. Obviously, a little bit of carnage there, here and there, would obviously help him up a little bit to make some places, but here comes Rocco Leon Shenton in a hairpin one. He defends. Edgar side by side with Aaron Richardson into hairpin two. Edgar stays behind Aaron, and it's been a very interesting start at the front end, especially Smani Kira. She's made up a few places into fourth place, and Alfie Brown right behind her. So it's going to be interesting for this battle for pole position, first place, but it's Rocco Leon Shenton that leads us into the final part of this first lap.
Now, Rocco Leon Shenton, last weekend at Wilton Mill, finished second in the Winter Open Cup. He was 9th in the icebreaker here a month ago at PF International. There's the number 3 kart of Aaron Richardson. Richardson has been on a tear in the early part of the season. A winner in the New Year Sprint at Wilton Mill. A winner at the Wilton Mill Winter Open Cup. 7th at the icebreaker. And chasing Rocco Leon Shenton down. Rocco Leon Shenton, a driver that you know will give it 100%, and there's always excitement around Rocco whenever he is on track.
Yeah, absolutely. He can be one of the best drivers you've seen, but sometimes he can lose his head occasionally, I think.
That's a very politically correct word. Well, he's just aggressive, and sometimes that aggression makes for highlight reels, and sometimes it makes for upsetting other drivers. But no one's here to make friends on track. Off track, of course, but on track, it's every man, woman and child for themselves. And that's Richardson running onto the grass blocks, coming out of that final corner. George Edgar passes him. How easy is it to get your line wrong through the final chicane in conditions like these? You've seen it happen to a number of drivers. Just getting the line wrong. Oh, and there's the number 25 kart of Jacob Nairn out of the race. But going back, yeah, how easy is it to mess up your line coming out of your final chicane, and how badly does it affect you for the next lap?
It is quite easy to mess up the final chicane, and obviously it is one of probably the most important corner of the track, since it leads you to one of the biggest straights in British motorsport. But it can be really difficult to get it absolutely perfectly right, but when you do, you get an outrageous run onto the home straight.
Yeah, you've got a hook that you almost like use the curb to help rotate the kart. And there's a crossover there. That is the number 74, is it? Or is it number 70? Joseph Davis getting stuck in there in the middle of the pack. We'll try and get a number check next time by. They're still going at it. That looks like, is that Jack Dan? Max Mason even. I'll get it right eventually. Behind Max Mason is Charlie Blenkinsop. Now, I've already seen the most important member of the Blenkinsop family. That would be Bertie Blenkinsop, the bulldog, who is in the paddock. My favourite paddock show pooch. Well, I can't say favourite because Darcy, the sausage dog, Darcy Friel will get upset, and so will Pete the Basset. But a really good paddock pooch is Bertie Blenkinsop. Meanwhile, back to the go-karting, Aaron Richardson recovers from that incident, or from that slight mistake, as we look at the number 18 kart, Simeon Stone, for the Jade Racing team. Now, John, what we're going to do, we're going to pick up the leaders. Talk us round a lap here at PFI. What are you doing as a driver?
Yeah, obviously through the bowl, it is probably the most worst corner for your neck, and into the top of the bridge. Is Aaron Richardson going to look for a move? No, and especially this corner here, it's very important to get right, and it helps you make moves there, like Aaron Richardson right here. Down the inside goes Aaron Richardson, gets the move done. A great move there from the Fusion driver, but here comes Rocco Shenton into hairpin to another important corner as well. Here comes George Edgar. Edgar forces Shenton wide, and through goes Alfie Brown into third. Through the chicane we go, and into the tight and twisty complex of Sector 3. But now it's going to be interesting to see the pace of George Edgar here. And obviously Shenton, he's been shuffled down a little bit. He's led every lap of the race so far, except for this one. And now he's down in 4th place. So he's going to have to try and make some moves here against Alfie Brown and Edgar. And that pretty much sums up a lap of PFI.
Now, of course, Shenton, this is where Leon Shenton in the past, oh, wonder, who is that? That's George Edgar, either running wide or getting run wide by somebody else. Edgar looking down, I'm not sure if that's a problem developing. Oh, the smoke coming off the back tyres from Rocco Shenton. And of course, now Shenton, he's lost the lead, he's down to 3rd. Maturity over the winter. What have we seen from Rocco Shenton in terms of growth, personal growth? He's not lost his head. He's going to try and fight his way back up through the field, up into the race lead. He's got 2 minutes to do it, and it can be very, very tricky, can't it, John? If you lose the lead, to suddenly overdrive the car, or to get upset, or to get angry, or to get, peeved at a couple of the drivers you're racing with. But you have to just remain calm, don't you? As you can see Shenton repassing Alfie Brown.
Yeah, obviously it can be really frustrating when you lose the lead, and especially he led it for a majority amount of this race, and now he's in 2nd place after passing Alfie Brown. So it's going to be interesting what he's thinking right now. Oh, he makes a little mistake, overdriving it a little bit. Richardson looks behind, but into hairpin 1 we go. Very late on the brakes there from Rocco Leon Shenton, but makes a mistake on exit. But I think Alfie Brown here is going to try and play it smart. No, he doesn't. Down the inside he goes on Rocco Shenton. And I think something's wrong there.
Well,
no.
Let's have a look. Well, you said something very interesting. You think Alfie Brown's going to play it smart. And this is a Junior X30 race we're watching. So that always comes with a caveat. Now, we are getting word. Now, what was the... there wasn't a scraping sound from Aaron Richardson. I think he could be okay. Of course, all the results that you see on screen are provisional. That Fusion Motorsport front bumper does look a little bit on the wobbly side, however. Here comes Shenton, 30 seconds to go. Now, you've got 30 seconds left. Would you rather be leading, if you're John Richardson leading this race, not Aaron Richardson, and you've got Rocco Shenton behind you, what are you thinking? What are you thinking, oh, I'm in a good position, or I'd rather be behind him at this point?
I would rather be leading, obviously. He's got a 2nd gap, so I think anyone here would want to have a 2nd gap, but do not underestimate the pace of Rocco Shenton. He can deliver a lap when it matters, and it's going to be interesting here, the sector times here, through obviously Sector 2, and now this is now the penultimate lap of this race. Is Shenton going to be able to close down a 9/10 gap in 2.5 laps-ish? It's going to be interesting.
1.5 laps.
Okay, Henry. But it's going to be interesting, I'm going to say.
It will indeed. Now, let's have a look. You can see Shenton head down behind the NASA panel, pushing himself on. George Edgar is not happy with that number 2 Mick Barrett racing kart. He's still there in 5th, but something is not right with that kart, and he is sort of nursing it home. Katie Donaldson is up into P6, followed by Freddie Wood, Finley Hines, Enzo Butterazzi, and the under investigation Harley Musk. Here we go. That's Brown versus Sukmani Kira for 3rd place. Aaron Richardson, though, well, John Richardson, same name, different, no relation. Why don't you call your first Slipstream Heat race home? Oh, shut up. You take it to the flag, John.
Thank you, Henry. Here we go through the final Sector 3. We're watching here the battle for P3, but now we'll go on to the main man here, Aaron Richardson. Fusion number 3, came 3rd in the British Kart Championship. He wants to go 2 up from that. He will win Heat 1 of the Junior X30. Heat 1, it's a very good win from him, from Aaron. Rocco Shenton comes home in 2nd, and he had a good lap there, taking the fastest lap of the race and bringing that gap down to about half a second. Alfie Brown takes home 3rd after defending well against Sukmani Kira. I would say that was a pretty good race.
Yes, very much so. Zdeněk Babacek crosses the line in 16th from 36th position on the grid. And looking down, we lost Nathaniel Hodges, as well as Simeon Stone. Jake Flewitt
failed to finish. Night Measures also in difficulties on the last lap. Night Measures, pint-sized Night Measures. Well, John, before you disappear, will you be coming back for the rest of the Junior X30 races?
Yeah, I will. It's going to be very fun to commentate on, especially with how good the racing has been so far. And thank you, Henry.
No problem at all, John. I will see you a little bit later. There's a look at the results. Provisional, of course. And we will hear John Richardson a little bit later on. Nobody has come up to the commentary box with any news that we can feature during the premium content part of this Slipstream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. It's a free sponsor plug. Boys and girls, if you're here in the paddock, just get your notes up to me, because I haven't been able to come around the paddock and see you, so you have got to bring your news to me, as well as an Iron Brew, which would be nice. Because I'm out. What's going on? Right, I'm going to go and try and find some Iron Brew. Other drinks are available, they just don't taste as nice. I will see you for race number 8, Senior Rotax. That'll be their first heat race, and then we will have seen every single one of the 200 plus drivers we have here this morning. And we've got some other guest commentators coming in to fill the airwaves. Can't tell you about them just yet, top secret, but we'll be back later on. Don't go away. Senior Rotax, race number 8. Please keep your comments coming in, wherever you are in the world, whoever you're supporting, and that is the reason. We're going to have the drivers head out onto the circuit now before that number 18 Simeon Stone kart is pushed back into the pit lane. Here is your starting lineup. Pole position, it's Harrison Crowther alongside Lloyd Hare on the front row of the grid. Oliver Walker and Ruben Kernahan are on row number 2. Ollie Goodyear and Oliver Liversedge, row number 3. Liam Hartley and Callum Sims are up next. Alexander Gyurgis and Lorenzo Cordal round out your top 10. And Dan Renton, Declan Luff, Drew Preisner, Jared Fox-Whiteley, Jake Fisher, Lewis Sumner, and the rest down towards the back of the field. Watch out for Brandon Truman, 25th, and the bomber Joshua Smith on the outside of row number 13. So Truman, and we've lost one driver who is not out there. I can't see the number 82 kart of Joshua Rudd. Well, I can see the number 82 kart of Joshua Rudd. The problem is, I can see it. I can see him. Well, I can't see him anymore because he's now in a marshal post. So the kart is on the banking, and it is broken. Wagon not rolling. 27 drivers. Harrison Paul Crowther. He's only called Harrison Paul when he's been naughty, apparently. Harrison Paul. He's been naughty or rude, but he now can drive himself around in a car. Can he drive himself around ahead of this rest of this field in his Coles Racing number 17? Lights are out, we're off and racing into turn number 1. Across the grass goes, is that one of the... That looked like it was a Maxim Motorsport livery kart going across the grass. Everybody else somehow threads their way through turn number 4. There was a Dan Holland racing kart joining from the back of the field. Not quite sure who that was. And, you know that lovely bright blue sunshine I was extolling the virtues of earlier on, ladies and gentlemen? Well, it's not lovely and blue overhead anymore. It is cloudy and grey, and the wind has picked up, and it's got a lot colder. We're not going to have the return of the moisture, are we? The weather forecast has said that we shouldn't, but you never know. End of lap number 1. Crowther leads Oliver Walker, Ollie Goodyear, Liam Hartley, then Oliver Liversedge. 3 Olivers or Ollies in the front 5. And they're being led by a Harrison, though. The Zip factory team of Oliver Walker. There is Walker with the, well, no, that's, it's the number 55 car. That's Ollie Goodyear on the Esprit chassis. Ollie Goodyear, privateer driver. This is impressive from Ollie Goodyear because he was 3rd in last year's National Kart Cup Championship, but in the Rotax 177 class. So he's either gone on a diet or is just giving away a little bit of extra poundage to the other drivers, but because he knows this circuit so well, he is able to stay up at the sharp end. Kieran Glanville, I noticed. There he is going to the Fullerton S's at the top of your screen, slowly at the back of the field. There's Ollie Goodyear, black race suit, that Esprit chassis being chased along by Liam Hartley for Jack Dex Racing. Liam Hartley, you know, look at this snarling pack of wagons. The number 91 car, that's Drew Preisner, just in front of Joshua Smith. And so Joshua Smith has gained a bunch of positions, and that's the number 155 of Brandon Truman going through. Truman has gained a bunch of places as well. Brandon Truman is up into, let's have a look. That's the top 12 now for Brandon Truman. We haven't had our old friend Uncle Tyrone on the SlipStream live chat, so I haven't been able to do the usual Brandon Truman snatch recital shtick yet. So get Uncle Tyrone in the live chat supporting Brandon Truman. DeJean Bennett moves up to 21st place. Change for 2nd place. The number 19 car, Liam Hartley, burst onto the scenes at Kart Masters last year. Very, very talented driver is Liam Hartley. Jared Fox Whiteley, a driver who, for the in the number 23 Jack's Motorsport kart, that is a potential British Kart Championship round winner if he can just get, you know, his seasonal budget and get himself sorted, because that young man, Jared Fox Whiteley, another exceptionally talented young driver that hasn't quite yet been given a platform to shine. He's got that now with a reinvigorated Jack's Motorsport team. Brandon Truman up to 7th. Here goes Jared Fox Whiteley passing Liam Hartley for 2nd. Harrison Crowther's race lead is 1.3 seconds. And there are some drops of rain falling. There are some spots of rain over the circuit, and already we've got one gone around. That is the number 420, Ruben Kernahan. out of the race. Now, Harrison Crowther's just at a personal best first sector. I'm looking at the lap times. There is the number 120 Zip Factory car of Lorenzo Cordal making a move. Yellow flags at the Fullerton S's. They go in. I think they're going to be replaced by slippery surface flags before long. There goes Truman picking up another place. That's Brandon Truman up to 6th. Callum Sims is the next driver on Truman's list. And Harrison Crowther, well, if it is spotting with rain, nobody has told Harrison Crowther because he's just set his personal best lap of the race. The skies are getting very, very grey, however. Hartley, Goodyear battle for 3rd place. Oh, and is that a sign of track conditions? Because that's Callum Sims out of P5 in the bowl, at the exit of the bowl, going into turn number 3. And he looked like he just understeered into the grass. Now, this part of the circuit still looks pretty dry. In fact, Harrison Crowther has just gone purple through sector number 2. So it's either definitely not raining or Harrison definitely doesn't care that it is. His lead is now 1.7 seconds over Jared Fox-Whiteley. Oh, and there's another, that's a sign, that's the number 90 kart, and the number 131, that is Oliver Liversedge and Lewis Sumner out of the race. And now there are yellow flags waving at the entrance to the Fullerton S's because there are several carts intertwined with one another, positioned in the barriers, and yellow flag waving at hairpin number 2 as well. Waved yellows now. Oh, that's going to be a nightmare to sort that out. Yellow flags, who was making moves, who was being overtaken, who's now made a move, realised it was yellow flag, and is now trying to give the place back. 1 minute to go. Here's the battle for 3rd place. Hartley holding off Goodyear. They're a long way in front of Lorenzo Cordal, who's got Brandon Truman bearing down on him. Lloyd Hare, Alexander Gorgios for Maxim Motorsport is 8th. Then Declan Luff, Drew Preisner, Joshua Smith, Dijon Bennett, Oliver Walker, Joe Yao, Jake Fisher, Jacob Grun. Then it's Ben Horner, Dan Renton, Ross Tyler, Joseph Orton, Sam Kirkwood, Freddie Moore, Kieran Glanville. The 23 drivers still running. And of course, we've lost Rudd, Kernahan, Sumner, Liversedge, and Sims. And still, Harrison Crowther shows no sign of easing his pace. Squeal of tyres, locking of brakes. Lorenzo Cordal out of 5th place. Backs it into the tyre barriers at Bobby Gain corner. Oh, Lorenzo. Now, was that an issue with somebody else? And there's another one gone. There's another one gone at the final corner. Who they're dropping like absolute flies here. So Cordell is out. I think that was Joshua Smith, who was also out of the race, as Smith is the driver at the exit of the final corner. Dijon Bennett has gone off as well. So has Freddie Moore. Things on the final lap getting a little bit chaotic here. I'm not sure if it's just mechanical issues or if it's just a club event. I'm not sure, but it's gone chaotic in the middle of the pack. Here comes Harrison Crowther. Lights to flag, win for the On Point Media backed Coles Racing kart. Jared Fox-Whiteley, P2 for Jack's Motorsport. Hartley Goodyear, and then Lloyd Hare. Truman is 6th. And we're waiting for everybody else. Look at that snarling pack of carts across the line. That was
Jacob Grun in 9th place as Lorenzo Cordal gets back into the kart for the short trip back to Parc Fermé. Well, an interesting and a little bit chaotic opening senior Rotax race of the day, and that is not a new filter that we have put on the camera on the bridge. That is just how gloomy it has got all of a sudden. In the live chat, are we going to have rain or not? We have got, let's have a look, that was 8 races down. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 heats to go. We're halfway through the heats. Are we going to have any more rain? Let's put your answers in the live chat. And we're going to start the second rotation of heats very, very shortly with Junior Rotax coming up next. Race number 9, Junior Rotax, Group A versus Group C. And still, I have just been to check the weather, and it's not rainy, but there is a little hint of moisture in the air, I have to say. As a near enough full grid of juniors go out, there will be a B final for Junior Rotax. And out on the circuit, everybody on slick tyres. Now, a lot of these slick tyres will be new slick tyres, because the first set of heats were done on wet tyres. Charlie Wolfett and John Richardson are on pole position. Teddy Cooper and Theo Bradshaw are up next. Tom Reed and Joe Neal, Charlie Vary and Jackson Lane, Ryan Rapini and Matthew So round out your top 10. Yes, for some reason the grids on your screen seem to have missed out the pole sitter on every race, so we're minus a pole sitter. But so that's Isaac Jameson will start 11th, then Zach Jennings in 12th, Oliver Barton, Zane Perry, Benjamin Lawn, Logan Howes, Elliot Smith, etc., etc. Really good to see a number of drivers stepping up from the Junior Primo class. Now that's a class that runs exclusively as part of the kart championship, and it is for first year drivers under the age of 13 at the age of 14 rather, racing in their debut season of the National Championship. And now, of course, they've graduated out of Junior Primo, Isaac Jameson being one of them, Zach Jennings being another, Elijah Hartley, another Junior Primo graduate, alongside Elijah Hazelwood, who is not in this race, but Elijah Hazelwood was last year's Junior Primo champion in the kart championship. Here we go then. John Richardson on the global karting machine on the outside of row number 1. Oh, Richardson gets turned into a spin as he crosses the start-finish line. That could have been huge. My co-commentator for Junior X30 scrambles back in, tries to get that kart. Now, of course, the grass is soaking wet, so what John needs to do is to pick the kart up, drag it onto the tarmac, and then get it restarted. He's trying. He's just in front of the team bosses. There goes John Richardson as the rest of the field come up the short chute. Now, John Richardson will be hoping and praying that one of two things happens. There is a full course caution, which will bring everybody back together, and if not a full court caution, it starts to rain, because that will mean that a number of drivers in front of him will have issues and he can gain places that way, because all things being equal, you'll see John appearing in the short chute. Well, not at the moment, but he's still coming through the Fullerton S's now as we watch the Coles Racing number 99 of Zach Turner pass the Pollock Racing number 166 of Alex Lynn as they go underneath the bridge. Here is the battle a little bit further up. In fact, this is the battle for 4th, 5th and 6th places. That's Theo Bradshaw in the number 143, Charlie Vary in the number 237, and Ryan Rapini in the number 56. I have to say, Rapini has been very, very impressive this winter. 10th in the Icebreaker, won the New Year's Sprint at Wilton Mill, came second last weekend in the Winter Open Cup at Wilton Mill. So in the 3 winter club events he's done in the UK, the start of 2026, Rapini has not finished outside the top 10 in any of them. He's got a win, a second and a 10th. What can he do here? There is the number 60, who was that? That was the number 11 kart, possibly, going through your screen. One of the X-Kart drivers here, the X-Kart team. A really, solid family-based team. It's got a really good family atmosphere. There's Rapini in the middle of the 3-kart battle, just gaining a place. In fact, Rapini there passing Theo Bradshaw. Further back, Harry Holland, who retired from his opening heat race, trying to make progress, and he needs to avoid, he needs to make progress to give himself a half-decent starting spot in the B final. One retirement in a heat race is pretty much game over in terms of automatically qualifying for the main event. Tom Reed, there he goes, the Thule Motorsports number 242 in 3rd place, challenging Teddy Cooper. Oh, Ryan Rapini sideways under the bridge there as Teddy Cooper in that Kiddix number 79 comes down. Is that the Kiddix graphics? I think it is, yes indeed, on the number 79 machine. Very, very good performance from Teddy Cooper, I have to say. Reed in 3rd, Gap back to Rapini now up to 4th, Various 5th and Bradshaw 6th. Isaac Jameson runs in 7th, followed by Joe Neal, Jackson Lane and Harrison Bishop. That is your top 10. John Richardson still circulating in 30th position. Kian Hundal failed to start, so Richardson still 30th, and all 30 drivers are still running, which is not good news for John Richardson. And even worse news for John Richardson is the fact that with 3.5 minutes plus a lap remaining, he is still nearly 18 seconds behind 29th place runner Jay Singh. So Richardson can only gain positions in this race if others fall out. Wolfit for the Dan Holland Racing team. In number 6, Gold Chain Charlie. Cooper and Reed following. The rain has not materialised, although it's still gloomy and a lot colder than what it was about an hour ago, when the temperatures were getting quite respectable, I have to say. For St David's Day, a happy St David's Day to everybody, whether you're Welsh or not. We don't care. We're rubbish at rugby, so we'll take all the applause and praise that we can get. There's a move. Tom Reed moves into second position. Only briefly, however, for the Thule Motorsports team, as Teddy Cooper fights straight back. And this is helping Wolfit pull away, as Reed goes back in on the Kiddix kart of Teddy Cooper. Cooper sort of forlornly says, well, go on, let's push forward. Let's have a look. The gap to Wolfit was 0.7 of a second at the start of this lap. It's going to be a bit more than that with all that chopping and changing. And behind them, Ryan Rapini has broken clear. Well, Rapini is on a mission. There goes Cooper, back at the inside of Reed at the Bobby Gain corner, going into the Mike Wilson complex. So P2 for Cooper. And I'm looking back to see Ryan Rapini is closing in, 90 seconds plus a lap or so to go for Rapini to maybe catch the battle for second. There he is on that predominantly white livery kart. He's pulled away from Theo Bradshaw. There is Ryan Rapini, another of the Kiddix karts. Second year on the British scene for Kiddix as we head through turn number 1. Rapini moving forward. He is a second plus change in front of Theo Bradshaw, driving the number 143 kart for the Zip Factory team. We've got a minute plus a lap to go. John Richardson still runs 30th. He's now just 9 seconds off the tail end of the pack. Can he pull off a minor miracle and gain even 1 place in the final 2 laps or so of this race? Wolfit, 1.66 seconds up the road. Off the bridge, Cooper and Reed. Battle for second. Reed can't make the move. Sits in behind the number 79 kart through hairpin number 1. Cooper checks over his shoulder just to double check he doesn't need to defend. He's going to need to defend pretty soon though. Reed's going to get a good run through the Fullerton S's. Will Reed have a little look going at the inside the Bobby Gain corner? It's a high-risk manoeuvre at this stage of proceedings, and Tom Reed thinks better of it. Now the clock strikes 0. And, John Richardson has retired from the race, sadly. And also looking at the number 69 kart of Zach Jennings, out the Zenico sponsored driver. Zach Jennings out of the race. Wolfit, half a lap from home. Cooper holding off Reed. Yellow flags waving at the entrance to the first hairpin. That's because Zach Jennings' kart is parked on the exit. Just see it flash past. There's a marshal with it, but it needs to be moved into a safer position. That means that Reed has run out of options, I'm pretty certain. But still, another third place finish for the farmer is good news as he tries to harvest a podium result here today. Charlie Wolfit takes the win in Junior Rotax followed by Teddy Cooper, Tom Reed, Ryan Rapini, Theo Bradshaw, Charlie Very are next. You can see the battle for 8th place crossing the line there. Jackson Lane beats Harry Holland for that, and there's still plenty of drivers to come across the line, and all the way down to Austin Mott for the R1 Racing team, who will be the 28th and last finisher. There he goes. We are now over halfway through the heat races this morning. Race 10 will be up next. It'll be our 4th and final junior Rotax heat of the day. There is a look at the results. Find your favourite driver. Junior Rotax race 10, and then in race 11 I will be joined, you will all be joined on our SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live by Keol Lynch, who is the newest member of the Motorsport UK Alpha Live British Kart Championship presenting team. But that'll be at the end of the next race. You can have a little watch. Come in with the cadets. So we'll get the junior lunatics completely out of the way. Yes, that first race in karting to commentate on. Junior Rotax, no, I wouldn't. That would be, I wouldn't wish that upon my worst enemy. Well, say that. But no, it's we'll do this one, and then we will introduce Keol Lynch. If you are not familiar with Keol Lynch's career, she is a former driver in the Citroen Saxo Junior Sports and Saloon Car Championship. So knows her way around a racetrack, and will be joining us during the course of the season on presenting and commentary duties on a number of different kart championships that Alpha Live will be bringing to you, including this 3rd ever SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. If you are a SlipStream member, thank you, we appreciate it. Also, go and check out Bump Draft, our newest show, which we debuted last week. It's exclusive until Monday for SlipStream subscribers. But it's Junior Rotax Heat 10 Race 4 up next. Are the joys of another, 29 strong Junior Rotax field. Track still dry. Grid as follows. Let's have a look. Now, the live chat feature appears to have not updated in a little while. Why haven't I got more comments from the viewers back home? He asks incredulously. It's going to be Fletcher Jameson, the invisible man on the starting grid graphic, who will start from pole position alongside Alex Shepard, Denny Babicek and George Fountain on row number 2, Harry Taylor and Devin Taylor on row 3, Oliver Peters and Jack Collinson on row 4, Shea Hilton, Tobias Johns, Kevin Ivanov, who didn't start the first race, Stanley Stafford, JJ Plowman, Elijah Hazelwood, last year's Junior Primo champion in the kart championship, Lily Shaw, Jude the Duck Puddyfoot starts on the outside of row number 8, this year's X-Kart Scholarship winner, the Duck. Well, the Duck didn't take to water this morning too well. Got a top 20 finish, but I don't say this very often because I'm not I can't be biased, and I don't want anyone thinking I am, but I do recognise exceptional little bits of talent when I see it, and Jude Puddyfoot has it. He's the X-Kart Scholarship winner, and he has the X Factor. As the lights go out, we are off and racing. Oh, and the number 85, that's Alex Shepard for Team Evolution going across the grass. keeping it straight, and a lot of pushing and barging and shoveling each other around the bowl there on lap number 1. So with Shepherd down the order, it means Fletcher Jameson has got, well, I won't say an easy run through this first lap, because he still has Denny Babicek and the number 160 of Harry Taylor right behind him. The 165 is Oliver Peters in 4th position. Good start for Oliver Peters. The rest of the field scrabble through. Now, Babicek and Jameson, they had their own little discussion. Oh, and there is a problem. One kart is still on the grass, and that looks like it is the one. It's the 277 of Aidan Donnelly, or is it the 177? I think it was the 277. Riley Mirthwaite was the other kart that went off, but recovered the circuit. He's back up and running in the number 19. New leader, Denny Babicek. There is Aidan Donnelly back on track in the number 277 kart, just getting all that residual wet grass and moisture off his Mojo tyres. Now, Babicek will not want to suffer a repeat of what happened in his first heat, where he mistakenly thought that he had done enough to win the race until Fletcher Jameson came along right at the end. So watch out for Denny Babicek to put the pedal to the metal and just try and clear off. Harry Taylor is there in 3rd position, and there's a gap back to Kevin Ivanov. Ivanov in 4th position, Peters, Fountain, Hilton, and the recovering Alex Shepherd in 8th place. Watch for Shepherd in the number 85 Team Evolution kart. He'll be looking to try and recover a lot of the ground that he lost going through the grass at the opening corner. He was 2nd on the grid. He's now down to 8th on the road. But he does have a number of drivers directly in front of him, and looking down as a lot of battling going on into the Fullerton S's. That's Ivanov on the Cosmic kart, the back of the shot, just out of picture here. Ivanov running all on his own in 4th position. Behind, there goes Ivanov. Then there's a huge gaggle from 5th place on back, and that 5th place on back includes Oliver Peters, George Fountain, Shea Hilton, Alex Shepherd, JJ Plowman, Jack Collinson, Ronnie Smart, Elijah Hazelwood. Back to 12th place, there is Fletcher Jameson. Down the hill into hairpin number 1, keeping Babicek within striking range. He's not close enough to make a move, and he doesn't want to lose any more ground, but as he stays where he is, he will still get a little bit of a toe, a little bit of a slipstream on the main straight. Harry Taylor loiters with intent in 3rd position. We've got all 29 starters still running, 4 minutes to go now. Jameson looks like he might have just fallen out of the toe. Coming on to the start-finish straight. Yes, indeed, Babicek has broken the slipstream from Jameson. And now it'll be very, very hard for Fletcher Jameson to catch the flying Czech, Denny Babicek. Babicek, of course, the younger brother of the Babichkova sisters, Aliska, Petra, and Teresa, all of whom are racing drivers in their own right. At least, I think Teresa's definitely still racing. I think Petra or Aliska, one of them may have stopped racing. One of them goes out with Kimi Antonelli, which is probably why she's had to stop racing, because she's very, very busy around the Formula One paddock nowadays. Miles Burton gets a warning, and Miles is he's 14th at the moment, just in front of Jude Puddifoot. So Puddifoot, who is tiny in comparison to the rest of the junior runners.
And Puddyfoot is holding his own here. 15th position now for Jude the Duck Puddyfoot. Across the start-finish line. On to the bowl. Huge snarling pack of carts. Just not 1 quarter asked and none given, and they have actually somehow managed to close in a little bit on the battle. Well, on the 5th place, the 4th place battle. So Kevin Ivanov has actually lost 4th position. Good luck to Stanley Stafford. There we go. Now my live chat has updated itself. So, if you just bear with me one moment, we'll get through the next 90 seconds or so of this race. And then I will go through so you don't feel neglected on the live chat, ladies and gentlemen. Please keep it nice and civil on the live chat. There's a move that didn't quite work out going off into the bowl. There was a brief look at Shea Hilton. Shea Hilton, who is running down in 16th position. And now we have got a battle on screen. Well, there is Denny Babicek and Fletcher Jameson. They're coming up to lap Aidan Donnelly, who of course lost half a lap earlier on with a spin. So Aidan Donnelly, with less than a minute to go, has he seen the blue flags? Have we had any blue flags? They cross. There's a blue light at the outside of turn number 1. Denny Babicek forces his way through. Aidan Donnelly didn't exactly get out of the way, although there's not a lot of room to get out of the way going underneath the bridge at about 70 miles an hour. It does mean that Fletcher Jameson is now right with Denny Babicek. Here comes Jameson with the crossover attempt. It doesn't work. 30 seconds to go. One more attempt while they're going to get the last lap board next time around. Babicek knows he is back under pressure. He will be cursing the lapped traffic as they come onto the back straight into Bobby Game corner. Donnelly's now got to get out of the way of Harry Taylor, who is running in 3rd position, but I don't think that he is getting out of said way. In fact, no, he's still there in front of Taylor. Now, of course, if the blue flags aren't waving, it's not exactly his fault, although experience should tell you, if one leader comes through, there's normally several more behind him. Now Taylor has made it through, but as we start the final lap, that has cost Harry Taylor any chance of closing in on the top 2. Babicek and Jameson battle for the race lead. Jameson with a move coming off the bridge. Where did that come from? Jameson now parks it on the apex. Babicek drives a crossover. This is great stuff. Now watch how tight Babicek gets the inside. No, he goes round the outside. Oh, first slim shady of the day round the outside. Round the outside goes Babicek into the Fullerton S's. Is it enough to win in this race though? Because Fletcher Jameson's not done yet. Jameson back to the inside. Here comes Taylor. Harry Taylor takes the special offer. 2 for the price of 1. Harry Taylor wins as Fletcher Jameson and Denny Babicek take lumps out of each other on the final couple of corners. Well, that's something to think about as you enjoy your early Sunday lunches maybe back home, ladies and gentlemen. What a race. Good battle between Fletcher Jameson and Denny Babicek. Great. Well, somebody needs to call Crime Stoppers because Harry Taylor has stolen one there. He has come along and gone, you've got to pick a pocket or 2, and the 2 drivers in front of him had their pockets well and truly picked. Now, let's catch up with the live chat. What is the British obsession about pigeons? Well, because they're pigeons and they're funny. Pigeons are just naturally humorous-looking creatures. There's everything about pigeons are just funny. The name, pigeon, if you remember Fawlty Towers. The sound they make, and the fact they ain't too bright. Now, come on the Zip boys. Where is, let's have a little look. Lovely the commentary, Henry, says Anders, lad and dad. Thank you very much. Katie Donaldson getting some support. Any idea of change in the first quarter at PFI? No news on that. Come on, the Zip boys. Lewis Sumner and Jared Fox-Whiteley getting plenty of support. Let's keep going down. More people saying Gwyl Dewi St House Ipawb, which is Happy St David's Day. Is the track slow today? I can't tell. Well, I'm not quite sure. Maybe it's just you that are slow. I don't know. When's the next final? That'll be later on this afternoon when we go behind the paywall. Get your subscriptions in if you're not already a SlipStream member. Don't, if you're on an iPhone, don't go directly on the iPhone to the YouTube app because Apple will take your money. More money. And we don't want Apple to have your money. Alpha want your money and they want all your money. So it's cheaper to go on an iPhone to Safari and subscribe there, and you get all the main events live, and you get all the other SlipStream main events live, as well as Bump Draft, the new podcast 7 days before anyone else. Having a philosophical discussion, and I don't get the message, sorry. Early breakfast in Kingston, Jamaica. Hello, Peter Tomlinson. This is Water Swift, and it's up next. Now, a quick glance at the grid. Bodie Batch, Mason Hibbert, Alfie Davidson, Hero Tsay, and the rest of the 13-strong Water Swift grid. I want to say hello to Keo Lynch. Keo, welcome to the commentary box. Welcome to Trent Valley Kart Club. How are you?
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I mean, what a race we just had. Let's hope for more of that for our Water Swifts. I was going to tell you that the sun's been out. However, it's definitely not out no more. We have quite a grey sky. It was looking like we could have had an extra challenge for our Water Swifts, possibly some rain. However, we've got a full grid of slicks again for our Heat 2.
Yes, water for the Water Swifts, but it's not happened.
Not today, not for Heat 2 anyway. Not
for Heat 2. Now, it's Fusion 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 at the front of the grid. Now, you've done some kart racing, you've done car racing. On the rolling lap or on the parade lap, as you're coming to the grid in cars, is that when the nerves really get into your system?
Absolutely, that is definitely where you feel it. But going back to my roots, if I could go back, I would definitely have more karting involved in there. You definitely see that on track. Not only the technique, but the aggression and how the drivers are. You definitely see that.
Here we go then. Lights are out. We are off and racing. We saw one driver sadly pit Louis Williams Mabs coming in at the start of at the end of the parade lap with a mechanical issue. Everybody else safely under the bridge and out onto the banking. It's the number 88 of Bodie Batch leading, running a little bit wide, and that opens the door 2-3 wide down to the hairpin on lap number 1. New leader, that would be Mason Hibbert. Now, as we're watching the action unfold here, you're going to be joining the Alpha Live crew and for the British Championship and a few other things.
Yes.
Yeah, tell us a little bit about exclusive breaking news.
I know, I'm absolutely thrilled to be presenting and joining the commentary for the Heat. It's looking like I'm absolutely thrilled to be doing that. It'll be a very fun year. It definitely was a wild year last year, so it's looking like another one. How long have we got? We've got about a month in counting till round 1 at Larkhall, I believe. So that will be good.
I'm not quite sure. I haven't
Is
got. No, we don't go to Larkhall just yet. We'll check on the calendar. We'll fact check. Pardon, fact check. I said fact check.
We've got a driver, Evan Owen, who was a bit lower down in Heat 1. I believe he had a problem with his car. kart. So the XL have been working hard on that. It's looking like he's able to get slightly further up the grid, which is going to put him in a good position.
Yeah,
currently P6.
F and Owen, there he is. He's the only non-Fusion driver in this league group, the XL Motorsport team. Now, if you're F and Owen and you're surrounded by Fusion drivers, you've got to take two options. One, just sit and hope they all behave themselves and allow them to tow you around, or get stuck in early and just pick them off one at a time and be an absolute nuisance.
I think he's going to get stuck in.
I'm used to being a nuisance, so I would second that call there, Keel.
Yeah, it is looking like he's going to wait for his opportunity. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 Fusion still, followed by Evan and another Fusion behind. He's picked one off already. Yeah,
Bodie Batch, after that one opening lap incident where he ran wide coming off the banking, now settles back into P6 rather, ahead of Oliver Kleinfelter, Travis Giddings, Hugo Williamson, George Greaves, Frank Morris, and Piran Brooks.
Yes, Bodie Batch dropped back, I believe, slightly in Heat 1 also for a brief second. He'll be trying to make his way back up there.
Yeah, now, of course, the first heat for the Water Swifts was on slick tyres, but it was still on a damp track.
Yes.
So this is actually the driver's first real opportunity of the day to attack this circuit. Completely dry circuit. Full dry setup on the kart.
The teams will be grateful for that.
Yeah, the teams will. They don't like mixed weather. It's either going to be dry or full wet. Make your mind up. That's the idea. Davidson with a new fastest lap of the race with a 104.93 seconds. Into the bowl they go. Now it does look as though F1 Owen has been sort of eased to the back of the chasing pack. Now that's not necessarily a bad thing though, because he's going to hope that the three Fusion drivers, HEATS, Oliver and Bodie Batch, work together and actually they all close in on the top two.
Yes, as they go into the second hairpin, Evan will be waiting his chance as Alfie Davidson leads.
Yep, Davidson 3/10 in front of Mason Hibbert. As F and Owen just sitting there. You can see the Welsh colours on his crash helmet on this St David's Day. I may have mentioned that before, that it's St David's Day and that I'm Welsh.
Are you?
Well, strange that. Yeah. Pembroke, yes. Dewi Sant, St David's. Now, who is going to be the saintly driver in this one? Davidson now extends advantage again over Hibbert. I know this is looking better.
He's been extending his lead, now 7/10.
7/10, based on the fact that his last sector, Alfie Davidson did a purple sector, so he had a very good end the previous lap. Has he managed to maintain that momentum at the start of this lap? Well, he's a little bit quicker through sector number 1 than Mason Hibbert, but the driver who's fastest of all, Bodie Batch, in this group. So, as I say that, this group sorts themselves out and works together. They then go side by side. That's not great. Oliver say, Bodie Batch, but of course that would have helped F and Owen, but now it's not going to help F and Owen. Someone needs. Well, there we go. So we need. I don't know if it's a camera that needs a battery change or a camera op that needs a battery change. I mean, cameras, we could. They're easy to sort out. Camera ops that need a battery change. Well, that normally comes with paperwork.
Trying to make his way back through those Fusion drivers. Bodie Batch has managed to make it to P4.
So that's HEATS just in front of F and Owen now.
Yes.
One of, I'm assuming they're brothers, Hiro and Oliver Tsay, and there was another Tsay in one of the other classes, so a family affair. But F and Owen not able to make any progress. 2 minutes to go now. Davidson, Hibbert, and everyone has calmed down a little bit. Now, there's a big gap behind F and Owen. Back to Oliver Kleinfelter, Travis Giddings, George Greaves. Now, of course, you're getting familiar with British karting. This is the Bobby Game corner, and that is what you don't do to your teammates going into the Bobby Game corner. Just, well, you've got to have sharp elbows in this sport, and Hero would say proving that his elbows are sharp.
Yeah, maybe slightly too sharp at times.
Maybe at this point in proceedings, potentially, yes. And now Evan Owen will try again to the inside. No. Batch cuts him off going into the bowl. Now, of course, this circuit is named after a number of very, very famous kart racers. Bruno Ferrari, the first chicane, Terry Fullerton S's, Bobby Game, the back corner, and then, of course, the Mike Wilson complex. And I'm sure that you will get very familiar with all that as we've got a side-by-side battle. The up and under the crossover, and Batch just couldn't get the kart slowed down. This is going to allow F and Owen. Got to capitalise. Well done.
And he does, as he makes it through just in front.
Hand signal there to say, I know I've just overtaken you, but if you could just be a darling.
Let's work together.
And work together now. Yes, that'll be it. So, F and Owen, 20 seconds to go. Next time around, they'll get the last lap board. Davidson is now 2.5 seconds up the road, comfortably clear. The question is, who is going to finish fourth? Because this is fourth, fifth, and sixth. In fact, Mason Hibbert and Oliver Tsay are running very close. They just go to the top of the bridge. Here's your race leader, Alfie Davidson. That's the perfect. If you're a race leader, you want to be able to look over your shoulder as the clock strikes 0 and see nobody threatening you.
He'll be wanting a smooth, fast final lap. And it looks like he's going to get that, as long as we don't have any overdriving, keeping it cool, while Evan Owen is squished in between the two.
He was just squished a little bit wide there by Bodie Batch, who is, well, he's thinking, right, I might have been in trouble for a move earlier on, so I may as well just try everything this race, because if it's going to go wrong, let's just get it all out of my system in this particular heat. The clock strikes 0. And now F and Owen decided to give Bodie Batch a little bit of a hurry up coming through the Mike Wilson complex. And now let's have a look. This is a great camera shot of the slipstream there. Look how much quicker Oliver Tsay is than Mason Hibbert. Hibbert having to defend under the Bruno Ferrari, through the Bruno Ferrari S's onto the bowl. We go. This is now turn number 3.
Can Hibbert over the bridge right until the end?
Well, if he defends too soon going into the first hairpin, then he causes. You've got PFI. It's such a track where one corner leads into another. You've got to be very careful where you start defending, because if you defend too much into here, then you get the risk of a crossover. That hasn't happened. Now we're into the Fullerton S's. If you defend too tightly into the Fullerton S's, you haven't got any momentum onto the back straight. Let's see if Hibbert managed to hang on. But you can see how much closer Bodie Batch is getting because Hibbert is defending. No, that's Hero Tsay closing in. Never mind though, Alfie Davidson takes the checkered flag from Hibbert and the two Tsays, Oliver and Hero. Bodie Batch just beats F and Owen to the line. And the rest of the field come across, take the finish. Well, I mean, that was a nice, steady Water Swift race, if you can believe that, to get you just bedded into the commentary box. We've got a mixed cadet race up next. But now this is one of the wonderful things about Slipstream is that we give the viewers, as a bit of a bonus, we give them a chance to read the results themselves. This takes place while I go and have a cigarette. I'm not going to lie, you all know what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen. It's obvious. I'm going to go and check the weather, so
I will leave that all for you and enjoy your cigarette.
And you read the results. It's a bonus. Slipstream viewers, read the results yourself. Woohoo!
Woo!
Oh, I even let you read the start of the grid out as well. For race number 12, Heat 2. It's the combined Micromax and Water Swift restricted category. There's a look down at the combined grid. The Micromaxes will start in front of the Water Swift restricted machines, of which there are 8 in total, led by Ollie West, who of course got the mechanical flag in the first heat race. Now they are motoring their way around the Mike Wilson complex, motoring their way towards the line, and that was never going to be a start, and indeed it's not. It is a false start. Looking at the time schedule, we're running slightly ahead of schedule here, which bodes well. Now the first SlipStream broadcast that we ever did, powered by Alpha Live, was here. It was the Icebreaker, and my colleague Andrew Mather was doing commentary, but he wasn't actually at the circuit. He was doing a remote commentary, which is just as well, because Andrew Mather has been to 3 events this year in person. My colleague from the British Kart Championship, he has been to Shellington, the first round, which got fogged off. Then the second event at Shellington got rained off. And then he went to the Miami X30 Winter Cup in Valencia, which got winded off. So fog, wind and rain to keep Mather away from tracks. He's on a cruise with his lovely fiancée at the moment in the Gulf of, well, he said it was the Gulf of Mexico, but it's now the Gulf of America. Speaking of America, hello to everybody. I hope you're safe in the Middle East. So what's that got to do with America? Well, it's got lots to do with America. Lights are out, we're off and racing. Even though the start was a little bit on the tardy side, we are going. Jensen Darlow leads the Micromax field on to the banking. Oh, the number 65 kart at the back of the pack. That's Caden Hakura. Is slow and is retiring with a mechanical issue. Up at the front, that looks like Tommy Lovejoy for the Tommy Weir Racing Team in P2. The 45 kart of Arshi Gupta for MLC Motorsport runs in 3rd position. Then there's a gap back to the Dan Holland Racing livery, or the Lando Norris kart of, let's have a look, is that Kyle Vieira? Possibly. We will catch up with that order next time around, as Logan Hodgetts, meanwhile, at the back of the Water Swift restricted field. Even though he won the opening race, it is Kyle Vieira in 4th. Then 5th position, it's Jack Gould, Will Wainwright and Milo Taylor battling over 6th. There's Tommy Lovejoy and Arshi Gupta coming out of the bridge through turn number 4, down the hill. Jensen Darlow checks over his shoulder. Darlow looking to go 2 better than at the Icebreaker Cup, where he finished 3rd. Arshi Gupta makes the move for MLC Motorsport, passes Tommy Lovejoy. Lovejoy goes round the outside, 2nd Slim Shady of the day, and he retakes 2nd position. For how much longer, I do not know, because closing in is Kyle Vieira with that Ayrton Senna replica crash helmet. Jack Gould, Milo Taylor is there in the number 67 kart. Taylor has passed the number 24 Jack Dex racing machine of Jack Gould. Will Wainwright in that very distinctive, we talked about that before, that white, luminous yellow and blue liveried privateer run go-kart. He is the back of these trio going on to the banking now. Gupta still chasing Lovejoy across the bridge through turn number 4, down the hill. How come there's so little water shift here today, says Stanley? Well, it's a very good question. I don't know. There were 4 water shift restricted last weekend at Wilton Mill. So I'm not sure where the bulk of the water shift drivers in Britain are this year. They're not. The bulk of them are not here. We've got a good group of 13 water swifts and 8 water shift restricted in the field. Over 200 drivers at Trent Valley Kart Club today for the 3rd SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. You have got about 4, what race are we on now? This is race, you've got 4 races after this to go to Safari as we watch Archie Gupta retake 2nd place. So if you're on an iPhone or any sort of Apple related device, go to Safari, then go to YouTube or go to the Alpha Live YouTube channel, but on Safari, not in the YouTube app, and become a SlipStream member so that you can watch today's finals live. If you're not a SlipStream member, the finals will go out in 7 days' time on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. But for SlipStream subscribers, you get the finals exclusively live for an entire week, plus you get a 1-week exclusive period to watch the latest episodes of Bump Draft before the great unwashed and non-subscribers get to see it. And Bump Draft is very good. Hosted by Piers Pryor, with yours truly and Andrew Mather creating mischief and trying to see if we can test Piers' patience by just being ourselves. Episode number 1, it seemed to work. William Bennett Motorsport, water shift restricted is struggling for grids everywhere. More venues to allow the small grids. That's a very good point. Now, this battle between Archie Gupta and Tommy Lovejoy has been raging on, and it's allowed Kyle Vieira to close in. It's also allowed the number 67 of Milo Taylor. Behind Milo Taylor, you can see Will Wainwright in the kart with a black nose cone. That is our water shift restricted leader, Ollie West. Oh, Gupta sends one at the inside going into Bobby Game corner. That gives Archie Gupta 2nd place. Here comes Milo Taylor trying to pass Kyle Vieira as they come to the final chicane. Across the line, oh, Taylor was side by side, had to back out of it there behind Vieira. Here comes Ollie West, who's passed Will Wainwright. God, try and say that after a couple of sherbets. Junior Wright is 8th, Heath Smith 9th, and Jack Gould rounds out your top 10. Jensen Darlow, 7 seconds in front of this battle. This is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th on the road. It's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th in Micromax, and 1st, our leader in Water Swift Restricted. Now, Archie Gupta is going to make that Micromax kart for MLC Motorsport very, very wide indeed. And he's got every right to. You know, these drivers just starting out. It's a nice big club event. This is how you learn to defend. Here comes Ollie West, straight through past Kyle Vieira. So West will use his extra momentum to breeze past these drivers, even though it improves his position on track, but not in terms of his own class. Down the hill we go, 45 seconds remaining. Ollie West should just pass Gupta with a fair amount of ease. As he says that, though, that's not going to be helped by the fact that Tommy Lovejoy is fighting back. And Ollie West there going, oh no, come on, think. Well, of course, Ollie, you're in your own fight. The nearest Water Swift restricted kart is a long way back. Cole Parrish back in 13th place overall. The clock has struck 0, but Jensen Darlow had already crossed the line before it had. So we got 2 laps to go. There's Ollie West back to the inside. Now, of course, Ollie doesn't want to get involved in an incident where he could spin, get taken out, or get a drop-down nose cone, because that would spoil everything. He's comfortably leading Water Swift Restricted, the class within the class. He has got a lead of, let's have a look, where is his nearest rival? Ollie West's nearest class rival is 13 seconds behind him. So Lani Eden gets a penalty. That would be But Ollie West, now Archie Gupta, he's not going to know exactly what's going on between who's in my class and who's not. He just wants to keep everybody behind him. West gets the move done. Gupta will probably try and fight back as they start their final lap, even though he doesn't really need to in terms of his own position. In fact, West gets his foot down and goes. Gupta is now more preoccupied with holding off Lovejoy. Here comes Jensen Darlow down towards hairpin number 1. And let's have a little look. Seen quite a few grids get cancelled and replaced with Rotax. Iami, 20 of... Argenti have put out a very good promotional package for people looking to enter the Water Swift Restricted British Kart Championship. And fair play to Argenti for, stepping up and, trying to increase numbers by, giving people discounts and special offers to encourage bigger participation. Meanwhile, the checkered flag comes out and Jensen Darlow wins by a mile. Here comes the second place battle. Ollie West is going to win Water Swift Restricted by a mile. Archie Gupta, second in Micromax, followed by Milo Taylor, Will Wainwright, Tommy Lovejoy and Kyle Vieira. Heath Smith, Junior Wright and Jack Gould are next. We're waiting there. Across the line goes Cole Parrish and Logan Hodgetts. They were second and third in Water Swift. And the rest of the tail enders come across the line. 23 of the 25 starters finished, or will finish. There goes Jack Dundee across the line, that Project 1 kart. Jack Dundee, great nephew of Crocodile Dundee, apparently. And good friends with Dundee United. Max St. Hilaire, George Askew and Arlo Poulter Goody are the last drivers home. Sadly, Caden Hakura and Eleanor Parsonage failed to finish. That's 2 DNFs in a row now for Eleanor. Hopefully she'll get a good run in the main event. There is a look at your provisional finishing order. How come no Honda or Pro Karts at Trent Valley Kart Club or Wilton Mill? There were Hondas at Wilton Mill last weekend. Trent Valley Kart Club, they don't have a club Honda grid and haven't done for some time. To answer your question, Stu is speaking to me. Stu, the producer, is speaking to me. Stu, is this where you say that I can go off on a tangent and say whatever I like because we're behind the paywall? No, stop crying. Stop crying. No. No, not behind the paywall yet. Okay. Well, races are coming thick and fast. The next one is Minimax. Here we go with Minimax Heat 2, 29 drivers. Now, you will see James Roots, the race 1 winner, Jensen Sale, Drew Davidson, Isaac Garth amongst the leading starters. It gives me an opportunity to say that obviously Jag Rotax are the UK distributors in the UK. They have been since Rotax came to the United Kingdom over a quarter of a century ago. Now, last year, Jean passed away. Jean from Jag passed away. Her husband, John, is battling a couple of health issues as well. It means that we have been, well, I inadvertently and kartcomps.co.uk have been tasked with a huge honour. I will talk about that. I don't, not to try to publicise another company that I'm involved with, but it is extremely important because we at Kart Competitions have been given the honour of, for charity, raffling off the 20,000th Rotax engine brought into the UK by Jag. I'll let you know how you can win that special engine for £1. I'll do that later on. Meanwhile, Minimax underway. On to the banking we go. 20,000 Rotax engines and counting have made their way from the Rotax factory in Austria to these shores, courtesy of Rotax's UK distributor, Jag Rotax. And on April the 24th, there's the number 119 out of action. On April the 24th, on kartcomps.co.uk, we will raffle off. It's especially signed by Rotax. It's got its actual plate on it to say it's engine number 20,000 in the United Kingdom. April the 14th. You need to go to kartcomps.co.uk, answer a skill-based question. There are 12,000 tickets available for this engine. Tickets cost £1 each. 100% of all money raised goes to charity, directly to charity. There are two charities, Cancer Research UK and the Alzheimer's Society. If all 12,000 numbers sell out, £1 each, then we give £6,000 to Cancer Research UK and £6,000 to the Alzheimer's Society. All you have to do is go to kartcomps.co.uk, buy a ticket for £1. One person wins the most special limited edition signed Rotax engine to ever come into the UK, and we get to give an awful lot of money to charity to celebrate the life and legacy of John and Jean Gravett. That is my shameless, but I think very allowed plug. Now, can we please comment on the race, not pigeons? Well, we haven't mentioned pigeons for a while, Sugar Horse. We haven't got any pigeons. Susan Kennedy, hello to SlipStream. Thank you for your support, Susan. Susan will be watching the finals live this afternoon and not waiting 7 days like non-subscribers. Meanwhile, no pigeons, Sugar Horse, but we have James Roots leading once again in kart number 32 for Dan Holland Racing. Seamlessly won the opening race. On course to do likewise again. Abrahart and Mellor are second and third. There's Maximilian Abrahart in the number 61 Coles Racing kart. And Evan Mellor, privateer driver in kart number 17. Then it's Jensen Sale. Sale is next in line, kart number 40. Now, Jensen Sale last year was with the Tommy Weyer Racing team on the Giorgio Pantano chassis. That's a slightly different liveried machine. Is Jensen Sale still with the TWR team? Riley Blakemore runs in 5th. Drew Davidson, Freddie Blackshaw, Elliot Bork, Flynn Grantham and Ethan Lloyd round out your top 10. In fact, there is Buddy Hugo in 13th, battling with Soren Gallagher, the Balamory bomber. Further back, Jack Hill moving up into 22nd place. That will please Gary Hill plenty. And again, if you were upset about the amount of pigeon-related commentary that was going on, well, I do have to warn you that the Alpha Live camera ops stationed around the circuit as we look at the number 241 kart. Good move there from Soren Gallagher. I'm used to seeing Soren in a green and white strawberry racing livery, but that is now a different livery for Soren. As he moves up and now pulls away, although is that there? That's a Hunter Motorsport livery on Gallagher's kart. There is the number 87. That is Isaac Garth, another privateer driver who started very, very well and has dropped back a little bit. I wanted to say the camera ops for Alpha are on Pigeon Watch. Any related pigeon activity around PF International, and we do get it on camera. Why? Well, because it's a pigeon. Two and a half minutes to go. James Roots leads by half a second, so Abrahart and Mellor are not letting Roots escape like they did in the opening race. Sale is next. Oh, and there's smoke. Smoke coming off the rear tyre of the privateer entry. Oh, that's a rear axle that's moved. That is a rear axle that's moved on the number 67 kart. You can see the rear tyre has moved in. It's fouling against the plastic chain guard. And very unfortunately, it's the 87, Isaac Garth, who has to come back to pit lane to retire. Rich Morrow says there were a few, you can't afford it, says Stanley. Well, get a paper round then, boy. Go and do the dishes. Clean your parents' car. Make useful of yourself, boy. Earn the money. Rich Morrow says that despite the couple of Slim Shadies that we've already had, he thinks that they're saving pass of the day for the senior X30 final. Well, I hope that you're right, because that will mean the pass of the day is exclusively for our SlipStream members. Hey! Now, there is the ST Racing duo of Freddie Blackshaw and Drew Davidson, leading Elliot Bork for global karting. The leaders, with 45 seconds to go, come into the Mike Wilson complex. Now the late, much missed Mike Wilson. Through the final chicane. Jensen Sale there in 4th place, just cannot get close enough. And that is not a TWR graphics kit anymore for Jensen Sale, so I'm assuming he's now a privateer. As the leader is going to come under pressure as the race continues to wind down. This is as close as Maximilian Abrahart has been to James Roots. Abrahart has just set the fastest lap of the race to boot. Now he has momentum on his side. Will he push the button and go for it straight away? Will he wait? There's a lap and a half to go. Roots dominated the opening race. I think that Roots would still qualify on pole position for the final, whether he finishes 1st or 2nd.
Layla Bell, thank you for telling me that that's Jensen's own livery and he's on a KR chassis this weekend. Well, of course, I haven't been able to get out into the paddock because these are just one-day events and I get shipped in and shipped out on the day. So I don't have time to go around the paddock and get all the news and information. If anybody wants to send any news and information up to me, including news that Maximilian Abrahart has taken the lead, got to the inside of James Roots, going on to the banking. Now, has he gone too early? Roots sizes him up. He's going to go for the crossover. No. Abrahart holds the inside line. Abrahart still hugs the inside line. Now Roots will try the undercut, coming into the short chute. Goes wide. Here comes Evan Meller. Watch for Meller. Through the Fullerton S's. Abrahart gets a little bit wide, coming onto the back straight. Roots looks to the inside, going into the Mike Wilson complex. Nothing happening. Meller sits, watches. There goes Roots. Oh, Abrahart cuts him off halfway through the Mike Wilson complex. And to be fair to James Roots, he also backed out of a potentially disastrous situation. It costs him the win, but he still takes a solid second position, and with it, at least a share of the front row of the final grid. Abrahart wins from Roots, Meller, Sale, and then 6 seconds back, Elliot Bork for Global Karting, and the first of the ST Racing drivers, Freddie Blackshaw, followed by Drew Davidson. Soren Gallagher is 8th, Riley Blakemore 9th, and Ethan Lloyd rounds out the top 10. So there is a glance at the results. Now, we have 3 heat races to go, ladies and gentlemen, and I want to say another couple of quick words about a family in karting that you may be unfamiliar with, the Warren family in the United States. Keith Warren, who is his business, he runs Race Select, which is a timing and scoring and an entry system that a lot of championships in the United States use. His son Eli is a top-level driver. Sadly, Keith's wife, Alicia, is really struggling with some health issues. She has got, she is battling the big C, and she is battling with all her might. So we wanted to say a huge get well soon. All our thoughts are with you, to Mrs. Warren, to Keith's wife. Carrie Warren, who is, I'm sure that yes, to Carrie Warren, who is battling the big C at the moment. To Eli, to Maddie, and to Alexis Warren, their 3 children, we send our thoughts. And even though many of you may not be familiar with the Warren family, they're a well-known family in American karting. Karting is a small world. It is a very small family globally. And so it would be remiss of me, I know the Warrens very well, remiss of me not to say our thoughts and prayers are with Carrie Warren, who is in, well, she's a tough old girl, and she needs to be right now, and all our thoughts and prayers are with the Warren family. So, on that note, we now go back to racing. Senior X30, a class that Eli Warren in the US races in. And it will be lights out. We're off and racing. Jack Nettleship leads them once again. Lewis Bird Third as they go underneath the bridge. Somebody spins at the start of the Bruno Ferrari S's, but manages to keep going. Lewis Goff. Good luck to Lewis from all at Alchemy Car Care. Yes, indeed. Goff starting a little bit back. Oh, he was starting just outside the top 10. As we watch Nettleship battling with the number 6 of Aaron Brown and the number 7 of Lewis Bird. Nettleship leads. There's a Mick Barrett Racing kart. That is Nat Johnston getting into the mix as well. Through Bobby Game corner. Oh, Lewis Bird. Well, someone chucked the bird out of the oven before the bird was done cooking. And he loses a few positions. They cross the line. Hello to Jamie Loughran, 7958. Thank you. Welcome to SlipStream memberships. As we look at the field in Senior X30 going across the bridge. That was a move. That was Aaron Brown getting his elbows out. 3 wide. Here comes Nat Stappen to the inside. Johnson has the race lead. Still a long way to go. Brown second. Bird back to fourth. And look at Lewis Goff, the Alchemy Car Care, number 63 for premium karting closing in. Hayden Eldridge is next. All action. Lap number 2 in the books, and the top 12 karts cross the line, separated by less than 3 seconds. Harrison Whitcomb back in 10th position. Not sure where Harrison Whitcomb's form has gone. He didn't qualify. Where did he qualify? 13th. He's got to make progress. Oh, there's a move from Lewis Bird. 3 wheels going round turn number 1. Right rear cocked in the air like a puppy having a wee. Going through hairpin number 1. He made the move stick, however. Now, Brown, Johnson, Nettleship, Eldridge, Sam Lewis, Cameron Edmonds, Lewis Goff, Jamie English, Harrison Mackie. Say Harrison Mackie down in 10th, Harrison Whitcomb in 11th. You know, this is highly surprising to see both those drivers down the order. Just a sign of how competitive even a club event feel is here in Senior X30 at Trent Valley Kart Club. Morgan Moore, who started 30th, sets a new fastest lap. He is up to, it's up to 22nd. So steady progress, but not spectacular for Morgan Moore in this race. Johnson establishes himself in second. Somebody goes grass tracking up the short chute. Didn't see who it was. We watch and wait. Across the start finish line. 5-second penalty goes out to Dylan Patel. 5-second penalty for Dylan Patel. That will drop him from 15th back to lower than 15th. Lewis Goff sets the fastest lap of the race. Nettleship chasing. Johnson. Brown has been shuffled back to P5. Cameron Edmonds, the number 57 kart. The Croc promotion machine is there, lurking, hoping to take a bite out of somebody. Nettleship to the inside, can't get the kart slowed down at the apex of hairpin number 2, loses the place he's just gained, and also loses a lot of ground to the race leader, Lewis Bird, who will cross the line to complete lap number 5. He will cross the line with the biggest advantage he has enjoyed all race, and that advantage is just under 0.6 of a second as Cameron Edmonds sets a new fast lap. Jack McLaughlin Racing, thank you very much for becoming a SlipStream member. After listening to me witter on all afternoon, you might live to regret that, but no, you won't. Thank you very much for your support. Fear not, it's not just me for the rest of the day. John Richardson will be joining me again for Junior X30 for the rest of the day, and Keel Lynch will be back as well in the commentary box at some point or other. So it's not just the Welsh, well, warbler. I was going to say something else to begin with W, but I'm not allowed. Even behind a paywall, I'm not allowed. Sadly, Piotr Jurovic and Dorian Malik have retired. 31 drivers still running. Birds lead down to less than 0.3 of a second. Nettleship with another new fastest lap. Johnson sits there in third. Brown fourth. Edmonds, Eldridge, Goff, Lewis, Whitacombe and Oliver Meek now up into 10th position. Oliver Meek, kart number 67. Another Croc Promotions machine, Oliver. And, oh, now Lewis Bird defending. Now the pressure is really starting to get to Lewis Bird. He got his line a little bit wrong through the second hairpin. It wasn't a full defensive line, and it left him a little bit susceptible. If Nettleship had had a bit more wherewithal about him, he might have made the move going into the Fullerton S's. As it stands, Bird survives. He does not want to be in two minds about whether to attack or defend, or whether to, defend or not into any of the corners, because he'll just get caught napping. And he might get caught out regardless, because Nettleship is looking very, very good. Johnson, Brown, Edmonds, everyone looking over their shoulder. 30 seconds to go as we plunge down towards hairpin number 1 on the anchors. The 57 of Edmonds passes the Alchemy Car Care products, number 63 of Lewis Goff. 20 seconds to go. Now it's Nat Johnston's turn to grab second place from Nettleship. No third place from Brown. The two leaders have gone all of a sudden. Oh, Johnson up over the curbs going into the Mike Wilson complex. Almost spears into the side of Aaron Brown. Backs out of it. It's going to be a head-to-head dice. As did they get along across the line? It does not say last lap board, so I'm assuming we're going to go one more time around. This is the penultimate lap. And Bird has got no gap whatsoever. Now, round the outside goes Nettleship. He's not going to hang it tough round the outside at hairpin number 1. No, but he's thought about it, and now he knows what kind of grip level he's got around that line, should he need to do something interesting on the last lap, which is coming up. He's also maybe having to do something interesting about the fact that Aaron Brown has caught the two leaders, and Brown has brought Johnson, Goff, potentially Eldridge and Edmonds with him. 1 lap to go. And, Nettleship tried to pass Bird going through the Bruno Ferrari S at over 70 miles an hour. And Bird somehow, there's Dylan Patel off. And another driver skating across the grass. Here's the lead battle, all of them. Brown is now second. Brown is now in the lead. Why, he caught Lewis Bird napping there. That was a send right hand down from Aaron Brown. And he got that kart squared away on the exit, on the apex, so he wasn't then snookered going out of the hairpin. It's just one complex for Aaron Brown. Behind him, Jack Nettleship runs wide and loses a bunch of places. But it's going to be Aaron Brown for PF International. Well done.
Aaron Brown takes the victory in spectacular fashion over Lewis Bird, Lewis Goff, Cameron Edmonds, Max Ewell comes through to finish in 5th position after not getting a mention all race. Ewell started 29th, comes home 5th in front of Nettleship, Eldridge, Lewis, Whitcomb and Meek. Harrison Mackie was next. Nat Johnson faded to 13th there at the end. He didn't quite see what happened. So, a big thank you for those of you that have subscribed and got your SlipStream pass. We have 2 heat races to go, and the next one will be Junior X30. But before we get to that, we need volunteers in motorsport, so do Trent Valley Kart Club. Find out how you can volunteer with this short message.
Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit. Grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up karts and keep the race meetings running smoothly. Scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks. Race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation. Event setup and pack down crew. The team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year and every event needs dedicated people like you. Even a few days a year makes a huge difference. If you'd like to get involved with Trent Valley Kart Club, please speak to us today in the race control office or contact us at claire@tvkc.co.uk. Come and be part of the team that makes race day possible. Because when the lights go out and the race begins, it's not just the drivers who make it happen, it's all of us. Thank you, and we hope to welcome you trackside soon.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to get involved, that is how you do it. John Richardson, back in the commentary box. Your previous race didn't go quite according to plan, did it?
I wouldn't say in the slightest. It isn't really fun being sideswiped at the start-finish line.
No.
So it happens, you know.
So what you're saying is that you had one good race this morning, then came in, joined me for a race, went back out, had a terrible race. And now you're back with me, and you've got a final next.
I think you may have cursed me then.
Anyway, well, you've got to reverse the curse, John. That's what it's all about. Right. Junior X30, Rocco Leon Shenton, George Edgar, Aaron Richardson, Freddie Wood, Sukmani Kira, Alfie Brown, Enzo Buttarazzi, Harley Musk, and the rest. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Shenton has the lead, and that was aggressive from Shenton, but that was aggressive in the right way, because he didn't turn anyone into the barrier.
Quite surprising now. I just saw Finley Hines had a very big moment there underneath the bridge, but it's quite surprising that all of the Junior X30s, all 34 of them, are still surviving. Here comes Sukmani Kira on her teammate of Aaron Richardson. Edgar's struggling a little bit there. He's dropped a few places down to 4th, and Freddie Wood is looking to have a moment with him. And here comes Alfie Brown as well. He's been having a good couple of races in the Birrell kart.
Yeah, Alfie Brown, second in the icebreaker, so he has got good form here. Freddie Wood, 8th in the icebreaker, the number 38 driver for Fusion. He's one to watch, because he was second
classified second in the X30, the Miami X30 Winter Cup in Valencia before it was cancelled. Oh, and there's Alfie Brown on Freddie Wood going underneath the bridge. That could have been huge. Up front, George Edgar managed to muscle his way past Submani Kira and Aaron Richardson to take second position. Now, Rocco Shenton, head down, he's got a gap. What does he do? How does he drive differently now, John?
I think he's got absolutely no pressure, a little bit behind him. Obviously, he is that talented of a driver, and when you give Rocco Shenton that big of a gap, he usually maintains it and builds it up. And obviously, he's going to push absolutely maximum. And I'm watching him right now, obviously, and he's driving fantastically.
Yes, indeed. Now, of course, George Edgar, second in last year's British Kart Championship, won the icebreaker here a month ago. If anyone's going to close the gap on Shenton, it's going to be George Edgar. Out of the final corner. The gap, Shenton to Edgar, is just under half a second. Edgar sets a new fastest lap. You often find that, don't you, John? How come it's easier? It sounds stupid. As a driver, second place often gets fastest laps ahead of the leader. Is that just because you've got something to focus on and zone in on?
Yeah, obviously. You've obviously got a carrot in front of you, as I like to think of it. You're the bunny and you're chasing for the carrot. And obviously, when you see a driver in front of you, obviously want to overtake him. And look how much he's caught up, Edgar. He was half a second back at one point, and now he's already on the rear end of him. But it shows you how much it affects a driver and how well they can drive.
See, that's what I was doing wrong all my career. I'd imagine a carrot on the driver in front of me that I was trying to catch. If I'd imagined like a steak or a kebab or a bottle of iron brew, then I would have been right up there. Rat of a drain pipe. Here comes Edgar though, passing Rocco Shenton. Carrot or not, Edgar is your new leader for about 20 yards, and that is what Rocco Shenton does. And and he misses the cameraman. Now that was Edgar on the outside line. There was not quite enough room, but again, that was half a tyre from Shenton. Half a tyre on the slippery surface that just spins you around. It's that easy, isn't it?
I don't think that was Edgar's fault, because when I was racing out there is a huge dirt line across that curb, and obviously it sent Shenton into a spin. That's probably, hopefully, the reason why. Hopefully there was nothing malicious from Edgar.
No, I mean, Edgar was taking the racing line, but again, normally on a dry track, Rocco would have been okay, but you say, from the driver's seat, you're saying that there is a huge dirt, like a line of dirt on that curb, which, what is the difference in grip level between a painted curb and a dirty painted curb?
There is none, because there is no grip when there is a dirty painted curb. Obviously, it sucks to drive over them. Obviously, like the exit of hairpin one type of curbs, they're great, they're beautiful, keep them there. Those types of curbs, no, I hate them. When I got taken out, unfortunately, and I was just driving out on my own, I went over it and I nearly understood into the wall. So there is absolutely no grip on it.
No problems, okay. So another little, little potential banana skin that these drivers have to avoid every single lap around this 1,382 metre. Is it 1,382 or is it a little bit longer than that? I forget. It was 1,512 metres actually. I'm getting all my circuit lengths mixed up. On to the start-finish straight. Edgar, head down. Richardson, Kira, Brown, and then Freddie Wood. Further back, Jack McLaughlin runs ninth. Ninth measures 10th. Rocco Shenton 21st.
Wow.
As we watch Submani Kira withstanding an attack from Alfie Brown.
That's a great switchback there from Alfie Brown. That was a beautiful switchback there, but here comes Submani Kira and Freddie Wood. Freddie Wood goes on to Alfie Brown. Oh, that's really close between them two, but Alfie Brown prevails in that, but that was a very dramatic couple of corners between them two.
Yeah, Freddie Wood seemed to force Alfie Brown a little bit wide. Brown on the outside kept his foot pinned, and Freddie Wood was like, right, okay, I need to back out of this one then to allow Brown to get back in. He said, I've shoved him a little bit wide, but he's kept it pinned, so I will. Discretion is the better part of valour for another corner at least. For at least another corner. 2 minutes plus a lap to go. Thank you to Pauline Grimshaw for becoming a SlipStream Pass member. Shenton is 18th, so since we last checked in, he's passed 3 people. Denny Babachek from 30th to 15th, another driver on the move. But 1 minute to go. George Edgar, he is... Now, John, when can you relax as a driver? Well, you're George Edgar, a minute to go, 0.6 of a second up the road around here at PFI. Is that a time where you can start to relax or not?
I believe you can start to relax a little bit, obviously. Obviously, a gap like that, toe does affect him. So it's going to be... It obviously depends on the current wind and external factors like that, but the gap has maintained at around 0.6, and on the penultimate lap, it's going to be interesting to see, because obviously right now Aaron Richardson is flying, fastest lap of the race from Aaron, so it's going to be interesting to see the battle between them two.
Yes, indeed. Edgar with his head down. Dieck wants to say hello to Terry Edgar. Hope Terry is here in the paddock. The patriarch of the Edgar Racing dynasty. I can't say dynasty because I'm not American. Well, I am, but I'm not. I am American, but I'm in the UK, and it's dynasty. Like Joan Collins with shoulder pads. Dynasty. I don't know. Oh dear. There is somebody off at the side of the circuit coming down the hill. 3 seconds to go, 2 seconds to go. Okay, last lap board goes out. Edgar, Richardson, clear of Sukmani Kira. Kira trying to... Oh, and that is not the way the manufacturer intended it to be. That is James Nolan's kart, which... Has that... The rear axle is either broken or bent in a very, very jaunty angle. That is a huge... Well, whatever caused that was a big one. Shenton, fastest lap of the race. He is back to 14th position. But on the last lap, George Edgar doing enough. The question is, can Aaron Brown hold off Freddie Wood? Half a lap to go.
Yeah, that was a very interesting battle there between Freddie Wood and Alfie Brown. I'm more impressed, though, with Rocco Shenton. He was backwards, and he's fighting his way through the field. But this man here, George Edgar, the number 2 for Mick Barrett Racing, is going to come across the line, and he's going to win the second heat of the Junior X30. A good win there for the Mick Barrett lot. Aaron Richardson comes home in second place. Good result for him. And Sukmani Kira in third. A great result for her. And I would say that was a good race from them lot.
Sukmani Kira, she has been so unlucky this year. In fact, a top 5 finish, a 5th place in the icebreaker here is her only good result of the year. But it's not been to a lack of pace. Retirements at the Winter Open Cup and the New Year Sprint at Wilton Mill, those 2 events, was sitting 7th at the Winter Cup in Miami X30 in Valencia when that event got cancelled. So Sukmani, she's just got to get that first big win under her belt. Did you want... What a break before next one, so yeah. So, a glance at your results, your provisional results. So, ladies and gentlemen, right, I've got to get this bit right. So, you have one more race watching Freeview. If you are not a SlipStream subscriber, you need to subscribe. If you want to watch the finals live and as they happen, you need to go and subscribe now.
if you're on an Apple phone, go to Safari and then go to YouTube and then find the Alpha Live YouTube channel and then subscribe. Why do that as opposed to just go to the YouTube app on your iPhone? Because it's cheaper. Cheap. Apple take a little bit of extra money on top of everything else for themselves, the cheeky blighters. And we don't want you to give your money to Alpha. To Apple. Sorry, Stu, the producer, just had another heart attack. It's going well here for Stu. And so, yes, go to Safari and subscribe that way. Thank you. So at the end of, you will, now, producer Stu, you will need to open up a new browser, won't you? It'll be a completely new broadcast on the Alpha Live channel. The SlipStream logo will be up there. If you are a member and you are watching, it'll automatically switch over. What will happen if you're not a member is that I'll be going, welcome back, and then it'll go black, and you will not see or hear anything for the rest of the afternoon. So there, that's what you've got to do. We do appreciate your support, and if you're moaning about it, tough. I don't do this for free. I'm joking. Sorry, Stu. We're not behind the paywall yet. If you want to hear my rant about, the future of broadcasting and karting and what this SlipStream could potentially do for you drivers as well. Imagine we live in a world where Alpha Live and SlipStream can broadcast more exclusive content, not at just club events, but then in between races, actual karting programming that will help bring more interest, more eyes, something new, something different that will help promote you, the drivers. Just imagine if we were able to do that. Well, we are going to be able to do it, provided we get plenty of subscribers for SlipStream. Here we go then, it's the last heat race in Senior Rotax. Well, John Richards still up there. Now, when will you be moving into Senior Rotax, John? I would imagine it'll be next year for you.
Yeah, it's going to be next year. Obviously, this is my final year in Junior Rotax. It's been a couple of fun years in the class, and I'm looking forward to seniors. Obviously, I'm not going to be doing as much seniors, so it's going to be interesting.
Okay, well, let's have a look, see what your potential future class rivals are up against. Harrison Crowther will lead them to the line alongside Lloyd Hare, Oliver Walker, Ruben Kernahan, Ollie Goodyear, Oliver Liversedge, Liam Hartley, Callum Sins, and Alexander Gurgius. Behind Gurgius, it's Cordal, Renton, Luff, Preisner, Fox Whiteley, Fisher, Sumner, and Grun. Watch for Jared Fox Whiteley. Also, Brandon Truman starting P25. And Bomber Smith, Joshua Smith starting P26. 28 drivers in total. They're all on the circuit. Now, at the end of this race, we'll have a short lunch break. Short enough, I hope, that I can go and grab myself some competitively priced food from the restaurant. I have to say, the improvements at PF International, there's brand new toilet blocks. Well, they're not brand new, but they've been renovated and rejuvenated. So improvements to what was already a world-class facility are continuing apace. Here we go then. Harrison Crowther gets a huge jump at the line, and I've got to say, Lloyd here was caught napping there, wasn't he, John?
Yeah, that was an absolutely horrendous start there from Lloyd Hare. Went from second to about the mid-pack there, and Ollie Walker there, he's had a very good start there. Into second place we go, but it's Crowther for Coles Racing, Ollie Walker in the zip cart, and Ollie Goodyear, he's had a very good start as well. So the inside row, it's been a bit of common courtesy there. The inside row has seemed to be having the best starts around here. So it's going to be very interesting to see the racing. There's jockeying in the mid-pack there.
Yeah, indeed. Somehow everybody managed to stay pointing the correct way. Crowther leads Walker into the Mike Wilson complex. Oh, and a spin for one of the Evolution Racing drivers. That's the number 78 of Jake Fisher, who has rotated and is now routed to the back of the field. Side by side across the line. That was, I believe, Declan Luff and Lorenzo Cordal, possibly. Freddie Moore and Brandon Truman side by side. A little bit further back, the number 23 cart of Jared Fox Whiteley, also on the move. He's up into 9th position already. Wow. Now.
Wow.
Okay, John, take me through that. Was that Lloyd Hare outbraking himself and getting lucky, or was that Lloyd Hare timing that move to perfection?
I think he outbroke himself and got really lucky there, but that is a very important move for him because he didn't want to get stuck behind them. He's already pulled away now, and it's going to be a matter of maybe time of how long will it take him to catch up to Harrison Crowther, but it's been them two have been fighting in the front this entire weekend, so it's going to be really interesting to see, is he going to catch?
Now, of course, he's back up to second, so Lloyd Hare, it's taken Lloyd 3 laps to recover in terms of his position in the race from the start. After that poor start, he's now back into P2, where he started the race from. The problem is he's a second behind Harrison Crowther, so just that missing the start ever so slightly has caused huge problems for Lloyd Hare. There is a move. Ollie Goodyear up into 3rd place. Oh no! Ooh. The number 90 of Oliver Liversedge. And who was that? It was the 1-2-1 of Oliver Walker. 2 into 1 at the exit of the corner just doesn't go. And at some point, John, when you come, even if you've got someone on your outside coming out of that first hairpin, you've got to either accept the fact they're going to stay on the outside and maybe set yourself up for the fact to try and undercut them coming out of the second hairpin, or keep just squeezing them wide and hope that they back out.
Yeah,
neither happened there.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate there. It took them both out, and they were both in good position. So it was a bit of a stupid move, but it's racing. It happens. So it's going to be interesting to see.
Neither one wanted to give. Yes.
Yeah.
Neither wanted to give, and now we've got Lloyd Hare up into the race lead. Well, like a march, it's the first of March, so he springs off like a March hare, does Lloyd, passing Harrison Crowther. Okay, the On Point Media sponsored driver now needs to get his head together and close back in on Lloyd Hare. But Lloyd, considering how far he dropped back at the start, to be back leading the race at half distance, he has got an awful lot of pace in that kart, hasn't he?
Yeah, Dan Holland Racing have done a very good job with that car, and he's slowly pulling away. But I'm interested then, the number 19, the Jack Dex racer, Liam Hartley, he also dropped back at the start. He also managed to pass them 2 drivers at the start, and here comes Crowther. Oh, that's really close between them 2. What a move there from Harrison Crowther. Managed to get ahead of Lloyd Hare. He saw that Hare was pulling away and now wants to take the lead of the race, but that is allowing Liam Hartley there in the Jack Dex to catch up to them, and it's going to be interesting now with this battle for first, because Crowther's now defending. It looks like Crowther's going to start to back this up a little bit. Yeah,
with 3 minutes to go, that seems a tad early for Harrison Crowther to start white lining it. Lloyd Hare, now looking at the way the move panned out going onto the bridge, Lloyd Hare, would you agree that Lloyd Hare probably isn't Harrison Crowther's best buddy at the moment? And then if he does get back to Harrison Crowther, he will give as good as he got.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, he went in. It was a good move there. Clean move there from Crowther. A bit unexpected, I would say, from Hare. So he's probably going to be a bit annoyed about that. So it's going to be interesting when Lloyd Hare catches up. But 2 minutes and 40 seconds left on the clock.
Plenty of time as Brandon Truman moves into 9th position with the fastest lap of the race. Callum Sims and Oliver Liversedge are in front of him. Oh, and there is somebody retiring. Joshua Smith is out. Lorenzo Cordal out again. Joshua Rudd. That's 2 DNFs and a 2 for Rudd. Jared Fox Whiteley now moves past Liam Hartley. Is that Fox Whiteley? It is, into P2. So, Jared Fox Whiteley, again, another storming performance from the Jax Motorsport driver. Crowther, well, run and hide. Harrison, run and hide. because Fox Whiteley, looks like he's not in any mood to take prisoners, and Lloyd Hare will probably be a little bit robust in his attempts to get past Harrison Crowther if he gets the opportunity before the end of this race. Hartley watching on. And here comes Crowther defending. Hare makes a beeline for the rear bumper of Crowther's kart.
What a move.
And what a move. Jared Fox Whiteley, outstanding. Take a bow. Jared Fox Whiteley, as Harrison Crowther ensures that he is off Lloyd Hare's Christmas card list faux show. And here comes Liam Hartley. Minute to go. Talk us through that move there from Jared Fox Whiteley. What was he doing in the car to make that move happen, John?
Obviously, he went to the inside, got the toe off of Harrison Crowther, pulled it round the outside, brake miles later, and stuck it round the outside. That was probably one of the best overtakes I've probably seen from him. That is an outstanding overtake. And now there's a new competitor in this, Liam Hartley. Them two is Jared Fox Whiteley, that dirt patch on the inside of the curb. Hartley runs wide. Here comes Crowther. Crowther's alongside. Is he ahead into hairpin number 1? Fox Whiteley tries round the outside. Doesn't work. A second time into hairpin 2. Is Jared Fox Whiteley going to look for the outside? Yes, he does. Does he get the cut over? No. Good defending there from Harrison Crowther. But now they're bringing the entire top 10 into this battle.
Yep.
It was a battle of 5. Now it's a battle of
2, 4, 6, 8 of them.
Wow.
8 of them. Ruben Kernahan, Oliver Liversedge. In fact, Ollie Goodyear's as well as 9 of them. And it's Crowther leading Fox Whiteley, leading Hare. Then it's Brandon Truman from 26 on the grid to 4th. Behind Truman, it's Callum Sims, Liam Hartley, Oliver Liversedge, Ruben Kernahan. Goodyear is 9th, 1.68 seconds. They start the last lap. Can Harrison Crowther hold on? Over the bridge now. Fox Whiteley's going to have to start setting up the move here, isn't he, John? He may not want to make the move into this corner, but he's going to have to start setting Crowther up.
I think he's also going to be a bit bothered about Lloyd Hare and literally every single other driver in the top 8. Obviously, when he went round the outside, it was only them two. And here comes Lloyd Hare on Jared Fox Whiteley. Is it going to end in tears? No. Here comes Brandon Truman, though. What a move there. Took 2 drivers on the exit of hairpin 2. Is Truman going to go on Crowther? That was another extraordinary overtake from the DHR driver, but I think Harrison Crowther is going to take the win, and there's a jockey in for position at the back end of the field, but Harrison Crowther, for Coles, takes the win. A good win there from Crowther.
Well done, Crowther. Well done. Brandon Truman, 26th to 2nd. Absolutely outstanding. Jared Fox Whiteley, 3rd. Lloyd Hare, Oliver Liversedge, Ollie Goodyear, Liam Hartley, Callum Sims, Declan Luff, and Ruben Kernahan are your top 10. Well, John Richardson, we'll let you go. You're going out for your main event.
Thank you, Henry.
Are you in the main event, or have you got to go to the B final?
I got in the main event. I was 30th.
So P30. Top gear from the rear, incoming from John Richardson, but you'll be back. Join me for Junior X30 in the commentary box later on. Okay, it's now or never. Look down the back of the sofa, find your £12. If you're not a SlipStream subscriber, become one and help improve life. Not just karting, but improve life by subscribing to SlipStream. There is a provisional look at your finishing order. I am going to run like the wind. I'm going to run like a gazelle, carrying 8 other gazelles to the restaurant to try and get some reasonable price food. While you look at the race results, before we go away, please have one more look at how you can become a volunteer at Trent Valley Kart Club and become a member of Team TVKC, the home of British karting. Thank you for joining us. This is a SlipStream broadcast powered by Alpha Live. We'll be back for premium live pay-per-view coverage of the main events very shortly.
Have you ever watched a kart race and felt the excitement, the speed, the competition, the energy, and thought, I'd love to be part of that? Well, here's your chance. Our kart race meetings are powered not just by drivers and teams, but by an incredible group of volunteers who make every race day possible. Without them, the racing simply wouldn't happen. Whether you're a motorsport fan, a parent of a driver, someone looking for experience, or you just enjoy being part of a team, we'd love to have you join us. What can volunteers do? There's a role for everyone. Track marshals, right at the heart of the action, ensuring safety on circuit. Grid and pit lane assistance, helping line up karts and keep the race meetings running smoothly. Scrutineering support, assisting with safety checks. Race control and administration, supporting timing, paperwork and organisation. Event setup and pack down crew, the team that makes it all happen behind the scenes. No prior experience? No problem. We provide training, support and mentoring. All you need is enthusiasm and reliability. Why volunteer? Be part of the thrilling world of kart racing. Learn new skills and gain valuable experience. Meet like-minded people and make great friends. Get close to the action in a safe and structured environment. Support grassroots motorsport and young drivers chasing their dreams. Many top racing drivers started their journey in karting. Our volunteers are part of that story. What's the commitment? You can volunteer for a single event or become a regular member of our team. We run regular race meetings throughout the year and every event needs dedicated people like you. Even a few days a year makes a huge difference. If you'd like to get involved with Trent Valley Kart Club, please speak to us today in the Race Control office or contact us at claire@tvkc.co.uk. Come and be part of the team that makes race day possible. Because when the lights go out and the race begins, it's not just the drivers who make it happen, it's all of us. Thank you, and we hope to welcome you trackside soon.